guess. Yeah. Okay.
May I please have everyone's attention? Before the meeting begins, we ask that everyone please silence your cell phones. The Fort Bend ISD Board of Trustee meeting is an open meeting for the public to observe the board conducting district business. Therefore, patrons may only address the board during the designated audience item section on the agenda. If you have printed materials you want to give to board members, you must provide them to me or any officer present, and we will provide them to the board. We also ask that members of the audience be respectful of others by remaining quiet so that everyone is able to hear the proceedings. Thank you.
All right, the time is 6:01 p.m. and this meeting is hereby called to order. We have the presence of a quorum attending in person. Notice of this meeting has been posted online and at the Fort Bend ISD Administration Building for at least 72 hours. We're going to begin with our superintendent's update, and I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Whitbeck.
Well, good evening, everyone. Happy New Year to all. We're going to start off with some good news tonight involving our work-based learning students in the workforce out and about in the community. So looking at some slides here, starting with something wonderful, of course. These are transition teachers and employment coaches, and they train and they work with our students and place them in jobs. That's the long-term goal. Job training begins when students are seniors so that companies can hire them by the time they graduate. Local Chick-fil-A restaurants employ some of our students, and they have been so impressed with them that they produced a video. So we're going to play it now. It lasts about 2 minutes, and what a wonderful and beautiful way to see our Fort Bend ISD special needs children in action.
I never had a job like this before, you know. I do a lot because I think they trust me because I've been here for a while. I'm more of a people person.
She has autism and intellectual delay. I sent Tony an email, and I literally said, I thought, let's just be honest. I said, she's autistic. I mean, I laid it every negative that could be on the line and sent this email. I hit send, and no lie, 30 seconds later, my phone rings. I'm not kidding. And it's Tony Levine saying, I just got your email. He said, I still want to meet her. So I brought her over here. I sat in the car. I was very proud of myself. I didn't sit in on that interview. And he gave her a job on the spot.
Here's someone that is so excited to have this opportunity to be a part of this team and work together, impact others, and is so passionate about it. It just spreads throughout your team, and it really inspires everyone around them. I'd say about a year ago we partnered with the Fort Bend ISD Work-Based Learning Program.
Chick-fil-A has been a tremendous partner, especially Tony in his willingness to, provide our kids with an opportunity to come here, demonstrate that they can work functionally in this environment.
Tony has not only opened his doors, but he's opened his arms. When approached with the opportunity and asked if we could, have students work here, there was no hesitation.
The word that comes to mind is inspiration. We're treating everybody and coaching everybody and teaching everybody here the same. And to see them flourish and blossom and grow and develop and take on more responsibilities has been something that's been a lot of fun.
I think like how he gave me the chance, I think it's really a blessing that he's giving a chance to other people who have autism or disabilities like me.
I am grateful for Tony Levine and Chick-fil-A. I know that sounds corny. Those legitimately, I am so grateful. He took a chance on a kid that nobody else really was going to take a chance on. And she has become the person that he knew she could be.
It's good to have a little inspiration as we begin the new year. Presently, we have 77 kids in the paid employment positions and another 92 in training at 65 sites throughout our community. So our special education students, they're often in demand, and it's because they show up on time, they adhere to the regulations of the job, and they're so motivated to be there. And we know those are great traits that all employers want. So we want to thank Chick-fil-A, and a special thanks to Dina Hill and the Special Education Department and all of that team who devotes themselves to placing the children. And this is one example in Fort Bend ISD of how we will connect and work with all children. So kudos to our community partners and to special ed. Moving on to another great example of our students giving back, Elkins football team toy drive. I want to recognize the football team for demonstrating exemplary kindness and generosity before the winter break. And for the 16th straight year, the team collected toys and took them to an elementary school in their feeder pattern. They delivered them to Lantern Lane Elementary on December 15th. And each team member and coach was asked to bring one toy, but most brought more than that. They collected more than 200 toys for the children, and they collected canned goods for the church pantry as well. So head coach Dennis Brantley says this is their way of teaching leadership to their student athletes and how to be givers and not takers. And I think in the picture there, I think Coach Brantley was having as much fun as anyone else. So we appreciate coaches with that kind of positive energy. I'd like to share with you that we have the calendar survey that is open. It opened last Thursday, and we launched it on 3 different draft calendars for the 23-24 school year. Our calendar committee has worked very closely with stakeholders to design options that honor our diversity and also honor our teacher workflow. So take 1 minute and fill out the survey if you have not already done so. We sent it to all parents and staff in both English and Spanish. We also included a video that explains options and how to complete the survey. It will close next Monday night at 11:59 p.m. And the day before, we will send out a reminder to our community. And after we collect and consider feedback, we'll recommend a calendar to our board in February. Out and about, there's lots of things geared up after the new year, even before school started. I was already out at seeing Elkins versus Bush girls basketball. Really appreciated the cheerleaders being there, our coaches, and the enthusiasm. And it was a teacher work day, and I noticed several teachers in our audience actually watching their own students. And so, again, another testament to the dedication. So thanks to all of them for making it a great season. And almost closing out, fact from the shack. So resonating with our New Year's resolutions, did you know that sugary drinks not only add to our waistlines, but they can lead to diabetes, and they can also increase our risk of heart disease. So try drinking unsweetened tea, sparkling water, or just good old plain water. And then we'll close with today is Law Enforcement Appreciation Day. So I want to reiterate how fortunate our district is to have such a dedicated, nationally accredited police department led by Chief David Ryder. Officers not only keep us safe, but they work to build positive relationships. There you can see some right there with our students in our community. Recently, they participated again in Families Helping Families during Thanksgiving and Shop with a Cop before holiday break. After the school day is over, you'll find them providing security at events all across Fort Bend ISD. So when you see our officers, please take a moment and thank them for their service and their support. And that concludes my report. Thank you, President Long.
Thank you, Dr. Whitbeck, and thank you to all of the Fort Bend ISD police. We greatly appreciate the work that you do on behalf of Fort Bend, and thank you, Chief Ryder, for your leadership. Y'all are awesome, and we're blessed to have you. We're going to start with our information, annual demographic update, and I'll turn it over to Ms. Martinez.
Good evening. Thank you so much. Well, I'd like to welcome Justin Silhavy up to the podium, and he is supported by his team here from PASA. We're excited always to hear our annual projections for the coming year, and even bigger than that, the long-range planning and demographic report that carries us through the 10-year planning horizon. It's a fascinating approach that PASA takes, and incredible information that is provided to us each year. Trustees, you received a link to the presentation in this Friday's board update. Is this sounding okay? Can you hear me? In this past week's board update, and you have a binder at your seat, which is inclusive of everything that they'll go over today from a high-level presentation, and then we'll move into our original recommendation presentation, which will take much of the information that they've provided because we're using the projections, our 2022 projections, in our next conversation after that. So thank you, Mr. Solhavy, for joining us this evening, and I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you very much, Beth. Well, I am here to present the first part of our presentation today. My colleagues Angela and Stacy will be up next. What I also want to kind of work throughout the presentation, there'll be some learning going on because I know a lot of you are new. So there are some certain aspects of what we do that really set us apart. And we do have a very extensive history of this district. I've been working with Fort Bend for about 13 years now, working with the growth. And it's been phenomenal. You're entering a new phase of growth. Angela will talk a little bit about that in your housing projections. But I do want to just get going here, this very first slide, talking about a couple of bullet points. So there are a couple of variables that are really going to be important when we're projecting forward the next 10 years. One of them is charter schools. That's that last bullet on this list. We'll go into that more later. Another one is your stabilization of your kindergarten class. I'll talk about that too. You've reached build out on numerous communities. Think about Riverstone, Lakeview Retreat, which built out rapidly in the north, Aliana. A lot of these neighborhoods are no longer developing. This district is running out of raw land. That is one of the biggest contributors to these projections. Another one is this housing boom we've had in the last year. So we were followed up by 2021, we had extremely low mortgage rates, historically low mortgage rates. And now, of course, the big economic news are these very high mortgage rates. They're higher than they have been in the last 15 years. But historically, going back maybe 15 to 20 years, they're about where they were. We've just seen some very low rates, so we saw a big housing boom. I will tell you this, Fort Bend hit a housing peak in about 2020. And that just is because you're running out of land, and that was when you had the most new subdivisions available. We'll go over all of that. But those topics are affecting your projections more than anything. We always start off every presentation just with where you are locally. In Houston Metro, you are still the 4th largest school district. That is last year's PEAM snapshot number. So this year, you're just shy of 80,000 students, but you're still number 4. When you look at the change from fall 20 to fall 21, you were ranked 10th of all the large school districts mostly. Some neighboring districts like Katy and Lamar up there gained over 3,000 or 4,000 students from fall 2020 to fall 2021. Looking at 5 years of growth, you ranked 8th with just about 3,400 students added. But again, look at those neighboring districts such as Katy and Lamar gaining 12,900 or 8,700. They just have so much more new housing growth than you do. So in every report, in Chapter 1, you will see a lot of tables, census data, demographic data on the district. This is one of them, grade group changes. And this is very important because right now in this district, you have classes in the middle grades and upper grades that are a lot larger than your lower grades. When we see this, that tells us there's a bulge in the population. When you couple that with slowing housing growth, which Angela will talk about more later, that means slower overall growth because these upper grades are starting to age out of the system and they're the larger grades in your school system. This is just showing you by year, the last about 20 years, what happened in each grade group. So the blue lines are your elementary grades, pre-K through 5. That 2020 year there is the COVID year, of course, where we saw such a big drop in those very young cohorts. They weren't fully regained. You'll see the next couple of years, those blue bars still don't match that drop. But one thing to point out on this, which is interesting to me, are the green bars. It's the high school. So your 9th through 12th grade has continued to increase even through COVID. That's that bulge I was talking about. So we can't forget that. You have a lot of middle school and high school students in this district. I want to spend a little time on our birth chart here. I do this every year, but for anyone new, I want to really talk about this. One thing we look at are births of mothers in this district. And so we get that data from the state health department, and this chart goes back about 15 years. It's about the time I've been working with this district. So if you go back to 2007, look at that red line. That is the number of births, actual babies born in this district. And we've actually adjusted that number 5 years so they align with your kindergarten population. You were looking at just shy of 3,500 babies born 15 years ago, and now we're up to well over 5,000. So almost 2,000 new babies born each year now. But look at the blue line. That's your kindergarten enrollment. It basically hasn't changed. And there's a lot of reasons for it. You're basically still hovering in that mid 4,000 range for kindergarten students. When you think about it, you should be well higher than that, but you're not, and there are reasons. Charter schools have taken a lot of young students away, and that is pretty much your number one reason. Private schools have also. When you see that change from blue, which is the kindergarten enrollment, being more than the number of babies born, and then you see that change in about 2012, 2013, to it's been about even, and now it's even under the number of babies. That tells me there's something happening. There's another dynamic at play, and that is other schooling opportunities. And so that's where we're at today. We're dealing with a kindergarten stability, I like to call it. So even though you've had thousands, tens of thousands of new housing units built, we just aren't seeing that young cohort enter the traditional ISD. So what do we do with your current students? That is really our base of where we know today. We kind of start fresh. We don't kind of start fresh. We do start fresh every year. We take your current students, we map them, and these two colors on the map here, green and blue, represent about a 5-year change in your student enrollment. So any area you see in blue, that's new housing. Those are areas that were basically farms or forest 5 years ago, and now you've got a lot more new students in those areas. So those blue areas are hot spots of growth. Of course, you can see that clearly up in the north along Grand Parkway, areas like Harvest Green, and then in the south along 521 and in the Sienna neighborhood. So no question that's where most of the growth's been, but it's not the whole story, because you can't tell from this map where you've actually had decline, right? We have to look at those numbers by neighborhood as well, and we do that as well. So those students per household, how many actual students are living in every home? When you look at that district-wide, that's every neighborhood, the average is 0.51. For apartments, the average is 0.37. But we don't want to use these numbers to project forward. We know that in a lot of new single-family neighborhoods like Sienna, think Aliana, they have a ratio of between 0.7 and 0.8 students. Very high student yields in some new neighborhoods. The ratio district-wide gets drawn down when you start looking at other neighborhoods like First Colony, Quail Valley, where the ratio is well below 0.5 on average. So average 0.5, but we have to project our new neighborhoods typically at a higher number. So that's all in Chapter 3. You can see any ratio of any neighborhood, how many students live there, how many homes are there by neighborhood. Apartments in general, new apartments, see about 0.2 to 0.3 new students. The older ones increase that average. So how has this ratio trended over time? If you look back to 2013, that gray bar, the top one, that's your single family ratio. It was about 0.6. That was about 10 years ago, and now you're closer to 0.5. That's because there's just been an aging of the population. Neighborhoods such as Telfair, the older sections of Sienna, we're seeing the young cohort fall. New Territory is a great example. People haven't left. Popular neighborhoods where people like living there, they don't tend to leave. So you get an older cohort staying in these homes. And that's exactly what happens in a lot of Fort Bend neighborhoods. This chart is just showing you the last year of growth. So we knew we gained about 2,000 students from 2021 to 2022. A lot of that was a COVID rebound, which, by the way, we are assuming has ended at this point. I'll talk about that in a bit. But 62% of all that growth occurred in actively developing single-family neighborhoods. 30% actually occurred in built-out neighborhoods, and that's an unusually high number because of this rebound I'm talking about. We had a lot of folks who just held their children back or, put them in virtual learning or wherever, homeschooling, all across the board, not just in new neighborhoods. All right, so I mentioned charter schools earlier. Let's talk about it. We always have to focus about that in almost every district now, and yours is no exception. This is a chart that shows the last 5 years of estimated number of students who live in this district who attend charter schools. You currently have 5,800, roughly, students that we've estimated in charters. Those numbers on the left side are wrong. I apologize for that. That number up there, that's 3,000, should be about 6,500. We can correct that later and send that to you. But basically, you will notice that between 2021 and 2022, about 1,000 additional charter school students are in nearby charter schools. A couple of them, such as KIPP Mosaic and the Harmony system, accounted for the majority of that because there was a new Harmony school that got built. They shuffled around grades in all those campuses in northern Sugar Land. The KIPP Mosaic School also took in about 200 more students. So that's where most of that from this year came from. But you can see here, that's a staggering increase over the last 5 years. And all of that's in Chapter 3. You can look at detailed tables showing you which schools are taking out the most students from Fort Bend. So again, going back to 2018, we also attained data from TEA of which attendance zones these charter school students are coming from. And so when you look at the elementary level, this goes back to 2018, and you can see these red hotspots. Those are the attendance zone boundaries where most of the students who live here who go to charters would have gone. So it's where they live, basically. So you can see the charter schools are really taking away students from that very northern tip of the district, the Mission area, the Mission Bend area is what we would call it. And then there's another grouping in the south and east, but you can see the progression. Look from 2018 to 2021. We don't have 2022's data yet, but look at that. You can see it's just expanding as these new charter schools have developed and built and opened. So the northwest has really been taking a hit when it comes to charter schools, and it's not the end of it. So this next map is really important for the next couple of years of planning. We've overlaid that last year of charter school attendance zone data. We've also overlaid your high school zones on this map. Every yellow dot is an existing charter school. You can see the majority of the charter schools nearby are in Southwest Houston ISD and in Alief ISD, but a lot of them are right on the border. But the ones that are more recent have been encroaching into this district, and those are the ones that have been causing this increase. Every yellow dot with a red dot, there are 5 of them on this map, that is where we're seeing a new campus built, either in 2023 or 2024. So I'm going to start in the east, and I'm going to head west. So we have a Yes Prep Elementary that is seeking a zoning change with the City of Missouri City inside the Beltway, actually, at Anderson and Beltway 8. That secondary campus actually doesn't affect Fort Bend all that much, so we aren't anticipating a lot of pull from outside the Beltway, so we've projected that to have a lesser impact. Now that Harmony dot sitting there kind of near the, I guess it's near the Creekside neighborhood, I think, south of the tollway on Highway 6, that's also planned, and they're seeking some zoning from Missouri City to change. If they do end up building there, that will impact the southern part of the district. And that's a high growth area. So honestly, you may not see the impacts as well as you would have somewhere else that has more existing. But the KIPP Academy West, moving farther north and west, that's a 9th grade expansion. So again, you may not see the impacts with that because those students are already attending KIPP in middle school. It's the 2 on the west side that I really want to draw your attention to. So the School of Science and Technology is planning a new campus on Belfort, north of Aliana. That one is supposed to open next year. The last one that opened in the Austin High School attendance zone had a very big impact on the district. And so when that one opened, it opened immediately with almost 700 or 800 students. We're expecting the same here. And since it's right in the heart of Fort Bend, the majority of students will likely come from this district. IL Texas Richmond is right outside the district boundary in the Pecan Grove neighborhood off 359. That one is planned to open in 2024. When IL opens campuses up, they open up with all grades all at once. And so you can expect about 1,500 students in that campus, K-12. It's very difficult to say right now what the percentage will be from Fort Bend and what the percentage will be from Lamar. So if it's a greater percentage from Fort Bend, we may be looking at a lower growth scenario for 2024. But just know these are the charter schools coming up on the horizon. 4 of those 5 we did not know about last year at this time. That's how quickly they can make plans, and I hate that. I wish we would know about these things 2 or 3 years in advance, but we just don't. They don't have to notify anyone. All right, Angela's going to talk about economy and housing, and I'll be back in a little bit to talk about growth scenarios.
Good evening. Justin just mentioned some of the unknowns, and we're going to talk very briefly about economy. That is another big unknown, as we're all well aware at this point in time. Economic conditions are one of the most important kind of contextual items that we look at when we try to project housing, especially across the 10-year projection period. There's 2 main factors we'll talk about very briefly, both the economy at large and then the state and regional housing market. We know that economic conditions through both 2020 and 2021 nurtured a booming housing market and extremely high absorption rate of vacant deliverable lots and homes that were ready to be purchased and moved into. And we know that that is certainly starting to stabilize and actually cool off and dampen, especially with some of the monetary policies that are occurring at the federal government level to try to curb inflation. So as of mid-December, when we wrote this report, the Fed had already raised the interest rate 6 times since March. And the national average for a 30-year fixed-rate mortgage was hovering around 7%. It's about 6.5%, between 6.5% and 7% today, almost twice what it was a year prior. We know generally in the Houston area, the workforce has returned to its pre-pandemic level, and it is beginning to strengthen, but we know there still are some sectors of the economy that are lagging in that recovery. In terms of the housing market, again, we know it was very robust in 2020 and 2021, and we'll see some of those numbers here in a little bit. Due to lower interest rates, record high prices for sellers, and also high demand. But now, of course, the market is cooling, not just in Houston, across the state as well. And, of course, nationally, that's one of the main factors affecting the inflation that the Fed is trying to bring under control. So prices are beginning to depreciate slowly. They are still higher than they were pre-pandemic, but we are seeing a trend of depreciation across about the last 5 months of median sales price. Inventories are also on the rise. And then again, as we talked about, the national 30-year fixed-rate mortgage is considerably higher than it was a year ago, almost double, and about the highest it's been in nearly 20 years, which can remove a significant sector of potential home buyers from the market. We'll look at that here very briefly. Furthermore, we kind of turn to the Texas Real Estate Research Center at A&M for a lot of their economic analysis. And in their most recent report that was just delivered based on October numbers, they actually noted that across the state they're starting to see a trend in investors shifting investment dollars from single family into multifamily to reflect some of the changes in the market as well. So just something to keep in the back of your head as we continue this presentation. So really quickly, this is just some very basic math, but in 2021, the American Community Survey had the Fort Bend median home value was $261,000, almost $262,000. So if you leave a little room in there for that price appreciation we talked about, and you can assume the median home value in Fort Bend is roughly $300,000. At 3% of principal and interest, only payment would have been about $1,000 a month. And at 7%, that bumps up to $1,600 a month, a difference of about $7,000 a year. Again, principal and interest only. So that can give you an idea, makes a big difference in monthly payments, especially for people maybe looking to buy their first home, or maybe folks that haven't started a family yet, and that's an important step in doing so. So just something to keep in mind. Let's move into housing, and we'll look at 30,000 feet housing in Fort Bend ISD, and then we'll drill down a little closer as we proceed through the slides. So this is a trend of your annual housing starts here in Fort Bend ISD. This is Metro Study data, and this is through September of each year. So when you look at this, you see a fairly significant decrease in 2022, a drop to 2829 annual housing starts versus 3894 the year prior. That's about a 25% decrease specific to Fort Bend ISD. And just for some context, in Houston, generally the greater Houston area decreased by about 6.5% over that same period of time. This is a chart that compares the historical housing occupancies in Fort Bend ISD with our projections moving forward throughout the 10-year period in the demographic study you have before you. So we do see, if we look historically, you can see that you guys had a pretty significant increase in 2020 at 4171. Most districts that we've been working with, we see that bump in 2021 because of the housing market we talked about. There was always a projected housing boom in Fort Bend for 2020. That is when historically the single family housing was projected to peak. So that's why you see that peak there. And then you see the continued occupancies through 2021, a little bit more of an increase in 2022, which is some of the kind of remainder of that housing boom and those low mortgage rates working their way through. And then as we move into projections for the next 10 years, we do see a fairly significant increase. We have seen this in most of the districts we're projecting for moving into the next year because of the housing correction. And in Fort Bend, that's exacerbated by the fact that a lot of the new lots need to be made ready to come online, if that makes any sense. So because they were kind of gobbled up so quickly during the housing boom, then those inventories have to recoup. And those new developments that are replacing the developments that have built out over the last couple of years kind of have to get their feet on the ground, get their momentum back up, and get those lots back available. So that's a broad explanation for that drop from this last year to this first year of housing projections in 2023. So again, that was looking at single family only. So let's drill down and look into where these single family homes are projected to be. Over the next 10 years, we are projecting roughly 20,000 new single family occupancies, and that's about 62% of your total projected new housing for the district. There's three kind of themes to keep in mind as we talk about these. The overall occupancy number, which we just saw in that chart, and we'll look at it again at the end. The ratios of the projected housing. Justin mentioned that there is an overall current average student ratio for the district for single family. But when we project, we look specifically at different variables unique to that housing development to project what we think the student ratio for that will be in the future. So we will look historically, we will look at comparable developments around it, and we'll look at factors unique to that housing development to try to estimate or project how many students we think will eventually be there. Those ratios can and do change over time, and that is important to remember as well. There are also a few newer projects that are planned or underway that we'll talk about here on the next couple of slides as well. There's one in the north, just east of Grand Parkway called Trillium by Taylor Morrison. Harvest Green's new sections are under development now. There is a development last year. It was termed, I believe, the AgriHood or AgriStem, Meristem development in your study. And this year it actually has a new name, which is Indigo, and that is just off of Harlem Road. That is getting underway. It's likely to have a fairly low student ratio, however. Then Abbey Lakes is another one that really has not been on the radar previously. And then, of course, some other new housing coming online around Olympia Fields in Fort Bend Parkway. So before I hop into the specifics on the projected single-family occupancies over the planning period, I do want to mention a couple of our kind of process notes on how we develop our housing projections. Take a quick pause and explain some of that. So we actually, for existing developments that are actively developing, all of the housing detail can be found in Chapter 2 of your full report, but there's what we call a development overview map, and you'll notice different kind of shadings and colors on that map. For all of the actively developing neighborhoods, we actually have one of our team members that physically drives each neighborhood and counts occupancies as of a particular date. And that helps us with our accuracy in your current student projections, which again, we use to project forward your student ratios. So that is important to remember. Another thing that's important to remember is that We look not just at developments that are on the books that we know about, that we may have seen a plat for, or a city may have told us in the pipeline, but is in the development pipeline, but we also look at land use or probable land use for vacant tracts in general across the district and try to look at eventually what is this likely to become and how is that likely to affect your student ratio. So we look at that each year across your different planning units. So there's some different variables that go into these projections. This slide really highlights kind of the hot spots, quite literally, which are in red. And these are going to be your kind of most influential planning units with single-family occupancies over the next 10 years. So not surprisingly, you see them in three main corridors. Your Grand Parkway corridor, Fort Bend Parkway now, the development has really built out to the west, and it's kind of hopped to the east side of Fort Bend Parkway. And then down 521, and of course, Sienna's continued build-out. So you'll see the largest kind of developments in those planning units listed here. We have Trillium that I mentioned by Taylor Morrison that's under development. It's expected to add about 1,300 units across the planning period. Remember, these are housing units, not students. We'll get to that in just a minute, how we project these housing numbers into students. We have Harvest Green, or the new sections of Harvest Green, which are expected to add about 1,300 units. Indigo, the development I just mentioned off of Harlem Road, with another 870 units. Abbey Lakes, which is by Academy Development. We do not know the final name for the development. This is a tract that was under litigation for quite a while, and they have reached a settlement on it to be able to develop it residentially. So there are more details yet to come on that development. That's a relatively recent change. Olympia Falls and Olympia Fields we mentioned. These are the newer developments just east of Fort Bend Parkway. And then coming down 521, we have Lakes of Savannah. That's just a small remainder left to build out there. Charleston Heights and some potential future tracts that could develop there across the 10 years. We have Glendale Lakes with over 1,000 units estimated across the 10 years. The completion of Caldwell Ranch with another 650 units. Huntington Place, and then Sienna, which still has an estimated 3,800 units left to build out in the next 10 years. Moving on to the next kind of largest segment of housing in your projections, which is your multifamily housing. We are projecting almost 11,000 multifamily occupancies through 2032, which is about a third of your total projected new housing. There are about 2,500 units currently under construction across 11 different complexes in the district. And then we are projecting nearly 5,000 units to be occupied within the next 5 years. So even though multifamily is 34% of your total housing projections, that does not equate to 34% of your projected students. So just keep that in mind, and that's because of the student ratio projections we talked about earlier. So the 34% of the housing projected units only equates to about 16% of your total future students that are projected from that housing. Again, 11 active complexes that are under construction right now, so you're going to see those occupancies over the next really 3 years. There's another 8 multifamily complexes that we know of that are planned, meaning they're on the books, they've been platted, they're just waiting to start development. And then there's another 24 probable developments, which we're projecting through fall of 2032. And again, these are areas that we note when we do our land use analysis that are highly likely to have multifamily. There may not be anything specifically planned for them now, but across the projection period, they're likely to be multifamily developments. There is one recent development you all may have read about in the newspaper. I'm going to mention it because it is not included in this study. The news about it came out after we had completed it. But that is the former Floor Daniel property behind Smart Financial, which was sold very recently to a private equity firm. And as I understand, they're working through what the specifics of that development will be, but it is expected to be mixed use, so you can expect some multifamily longer term, more than likely, at that development as well. And we should hopefully have all the details next year. Hopefully they will have worked through their planning with the city at that point. Geographically, this is where the hot spots are for multifamily. Again, this is across the next 10 years. So not surprisingly, north off of Grand Parkway and Belfort, you see quite a few developments, some up in The Mission Trace area, we have 2 under development at Harvest Green currently, and then we have potential future units projected along 99, the east side of 99, across from Harvest Green as well. And then there are some remaining entitlements for Fort Bend Town Center 3 there in Missouri City, amounting to about 750 units in that area as well. So overall, we're projecting just over 32,000 new occupancies over the next 10 years for Fort Bend ISD, and that breaks out again about 20,000 single family, almost 11,000 multifamily, and then your age restricted is noted here in purple. We do like to mention those, but they do not affect your student projections because we project 0 students for those senior age restricted multifamily developments.
All right, so I want to get back here and talk about how this all relates to your actual enrollment projections, what your finance department likes to see every single year. So I mentioned some of these factors that are really going to be important, and I've added some on this list. And so let's talk about them real quick. Angela just talked about new housing. It's typically the largest driver of new growth, and it continues to be the reason why you have added students in this district. It's just that over the 10-year period, as Angela pointed out, you're going to see a lot less new housing. So that's just going to become a less and less important. Birth rates, the number of babies born in this district, of course I alluded to that earlier, when it starts to stabilize and you start having other factors that contribute to losses, that's a problem. So we have to monitor that. If we continue to see a stabilization of babies born, or even starting to see a decline like other mature districts in suburban Houston, then you might actually start seeing losses at the K level too. So those incoming class sizes for kindergarten have been roughly about a growth of 1% a year over the last decade. So that's not a lot, but it has still been growing, just not at a fast clip. When we look at existing neighborhoods, so I mentioned, say, First Colony, it's always the classic example. You built a lot of schools in it years ago, and now you're having to try to fill them. We have to look at those neighborhoods individually every single year, not just First Colony, but everywhere. What's happening in some of these older neighborhoods like Sugar Creek? Are we starting to see an uptick in kindergarten? Was it just a one-off? Did it only happen one year? Who knows? We have to monitor that and look and say, okay, well, there is a pattern. Census data can't provide us anything on that. I mean, it's too old. It's already old, let's say. And besides, people move in and out of neighborhoods all the time, not just every 10 years. So we have to look at this every single year. It's why we're here. Regeneration in existing neighborhoods. Where are younger families moving, or are they not moving? Like I mentioned, people didn't move from new territory. I mean, they did, but in general, you didn't see every time someone's child left the school system, they didn't just leave, right? So we have to look at that. But again, charter schools. We have to start monitoring these when we do. We have to really start paying attention to where they're going. I mentioned those 2 in the West. Those are 2 really big ones that will impact the district over the next 2 years. So one thing Stacy's going to talk about is how we overlay our attendance zones and we factor those charter schools that are upcoming into our projections for the next 10 years, because it does matter, especially when you run out of new homes. When you're only dealing with a stable number of existing homes, a charter school moves in, it can dramatically impact the area schools. And of course, I also mentioned our pandemic losses and gains. We gained 2,000 students this year, but we're about 2,000 low from where we thought we would have been about 3 or 4 years ago. It's because they didn't all come back. And we saw this same trend in a lot of our maturing suburban districts. So Cy-Fair, Klein, we just didn't gain the students back. They found alternative schooling. But at this point, since it's been about 2.5, 3 years, we are assuming that there are no more pandemic-related losses and therefore also no more gains. It's not to say someone is still out there who hasn't decided to come back to the school system. It's just that it's been so long, it's becoming statistically insignificant to actually factor it in, and very difficult to do so too. I couldn't tell you who's been out for 3 years and who's planning on coming back anymore. It's just impossible. But if you do have any specifics from a principal, please feel free to throw that our way. So when you look at scenarios of growth over the next 10 years, we're looking at, let's just go to the end, let's go to 2032, a moderate growth scenario of just shy of 85,000 students. So just about 5,000 more than where you are today. So on average, 500 students a year. Now, you can see that line really starts to level out after, say, 2027, 2028. It's because most of your housing growth is projected to be in the first 6 to 7 years of the planning period. So as you get toward the end of the projection period, there's a much bigger question mark as to what's going to happen. With fewer new homes built and the potential for even more charter schools out there, that gap widens between our low and our high growth scenario. And because you're starting to slow in terms of housing growth, you can see that low growth scenario actually kind of starts to almost look like it's starting to edge toward decline. And it could. There could be some years of decline, I'm not going to lie. We actually saw some years of decline about 10 years ago when we had very little housing growth and a lot of charters open up on the county line. So that's something to think about. Over the next 2 years, it's going to really depend on how many students these 4 or 5 new charters actually pull from this district. That's going to be the difference between your low and your moderate growth scenario for the next couple of years, I can guarantee you. So when you look historically, since 2018, 2019, at how we fared, because we get this question all the time, COVID really, really bothered us, as you can see here. So the first set of bars was 2019-20. So the year before, the fall of 2019, we were projecting a low, a moderate, and a high growth scenario in those green bars there, those tightly packed green bars. We were actually, we had an enrollment higher than even the high growth scenario in 2019. Not by much, but it was there. And then 2020 hit. And you can see that red bar, the actual enrollment, it was a lot lower than even our low growth scenario because these projections were put together long before COVID even occurred in the United States. So unfortunately for us, those 2 years were probably the worst years of our lives in terms of projecting enrollment. Not every district recovered the same, but everyone has recovered something. Let's put it that way. Some districts, like, say, Lamar, that had a lot more housing growth to recoup students, recovered better. Other districts did not. A lot of it is also, the culture of every school district is different too. So those factors caused us to have lower growth in 20 and 21, and then here we are in fall 2022, and you can see we're right back up to where we kind of were. Things have gotten better. We did project a rebound this year since Fort Bend didn't see it last year. We knew they were still out there. The students were there. So they did come back. So we landed somewhere between the moderate and the high growth for this year. So that's really good, I think. Stacy's going to talk about how all of this impacts your campuses and the needs for new campuses or where in general they are. I'll leave this for you.
Thank you. You've been very patient. You've heard a lot of information tonight. I would like to follow up on what Justin was just talking about to begin this discussion with every year we start with a clean slate. We start with where your students live right now and where we're projecting the growth to happen. Now, things that happened in the past are trends that we take into account, certainly, but we do not make assumptions about what happened last year that was an anomaly and carry that forward unless there's good reason to know that it will happen again this year. And for that reason, we get asked this question all the time. If enrollment followed the low growth scenario last year, then should we follow the low growth scenario again this year, or likewise the high growth scenario? And the answer that we always give is every year we start with a clean slate. We start from zero, and all the information that you've heard tonight and much more in your binder that has been gathered about what is the situation right now is what we pull together to create the moderate growth scenario. So we consider the most likely scenario to be the moderate growth scenario regardless of what happened last year or the year before. So everything that you're going to see in the slides from here on out is the moderate growth projections. So Another heat map. I know you've seen these a lot tonight, but this represents the number of students projected to be gained in every planning unit in the district over the next 10 years. So the hot spots are the same as you saw in the housing maps, but how does this relate to the schools? Which schools are these kids going to show up in? So here you can still see the hot spots, but now you see the elementary attendance zones overlaid over. So, of course, we see two areas of concentration of growth, the Northwest and the Southeast. This is not a surprise. This is not a change. But the Patterson and Neal elementary attendance zones have those two hot spots of growth in those two red planning units. But then, importantly, on the Southeast side, Leonetti and Heritage Rose really have the bulk of that growth, with a lot of those planning units in those two attendance zones that each are gaining. The red ones are gaining over 300 students each over the next 10 years. Now, keep in mind that the attendance zones that I'm showing you tonight are the attendance zones for next fall, but without Ferguson in this case, because the attendance zones have not yet been decided for Ferguson. And so this shows just Leonetti and Heritage Rose in the Southeast. Once those attendance zones are approved by the board, then we can follow up and give you the revised projections. So what does this mean, this growth, as far as these schools? How can these schools handle, how much capacity do they have to handle this growth over the next 10 years? So this slide shows the percent utilization of each of these campuses in 10 years, but there are some important caveats. First of all, these are resident students that we project. We are demographers. We project where people are going to live. So we report to you where we're projecting resident students compared to their attendance zone where they're living. The capacities are the current capacities as of right now. And so if nothing were to change, then those two hot spots of growth that I pointed out in the Northwest in Patterson and Neal would yield 124% utilization at Patterson and 137% utilization at Neal, and also some overcrowding at Seguin and a little bit at Malala. On the southeast end, however, Heritage Rose and Leonetti, as I mentioned before, are really the recipients of the majority of growth. So Leonetti, if nothing were to change, if Ferguson weren't to open, Leonetti would be at 277% utilization in 10 years. Of course, we know that Ferguson will open, and so these numbers will change. But importantly, Heritage Rose would have almost 4 schools worth of students living within the current Heritage Rose attendance zone in 10 years. And so the district is actively discussing the attendance zones for Ferguson and what can be done to relieve that overcrowding in a step-by-step manner. Now, let's talk about so a question that we get very often is, and not just in this district, but everywhere, how can you justify building new schools when you have capacity available at other schools, right? It's a legitimate question. It's a good question. And so to help address that, I've drawn these green outlines around catchment areas of schools that are surrounding the high growth or the overcrowded schools 10 years out. So these are the same colors and the same utilization that you saw in the last map, but this shows you that on the northwest side, I told you Neal was going to be at 137% utilization and Patterson at 124. However, if you look at the other schools around Neal and Patterson and Seguin and Malala, there is capacity available in some of the adjacent schools. And the reason that there is capacity available in some of those adjacent schools is because of these charter schools that Justin just told you about. And so that is a big difference from what we told you last year as far as how these schools might be utilized. But the point is that if you could, which is, it's a big if you could fill every seat in each of these schools within the green outline, then you would only have 150 excess students. which is not necessarily enough to justify building a new school in that area. However, that's a big if. There are several ifs. If you can move students and rezone and fully utilize those schools, but also if these charter schools that we have projected pull the number of students out of Fort Bend ISD that we think they will, that's still a big if. We don't know exactly, especially the IL Texas campus that's just outside of the district boundaries. It's actually in Lamar CISD in Pecan Grove area on 359. So there are a lot of unknowns in that part of the district, but based on what we know now and what we think can happen because of these new charters, the overcrowding in the northwest part of the district at the elementary level could be accommodated by rezoning into existing campuses and be able to save the district the financial cost of building a new school in that part of the district. Now, the southeast part of the district is a different story. So, again, I've grouped these campuses because there are overutilized campuses next to underutilized campuses. So, again, if we could fill every seat at every school within that green boundary, even then, you're still going to have, under the moderate growth scenario, 2,800 excess students. So if you're building elementary schools at about 900 students each or so, 800, 900, 1,000, whatever you decide, that's still about 3 new elementary schools, even if you could fill every seat in these existing schools. So that gives you some overall global concept about the magnitude of the growth in the southeast. At the middle school level, the hot spots are in the same spots because of the new housing growth. But at the middle school level, that affects Bowie mostly and Thornton. What does this look like as far as utilization? Again, we're looking at resident students, so all of the GT students are counted in their home campuses, not in Quail Valley. But because, again, we're demographers, we project where people are going to live. But even with the growth we're projecting in the Northwest, Bowie and Garcia would each be about 110, 112% overutilized at the end of the projection period. Thornton, again, has the bulk of that new growth, new housing growth in its attendance zone. So 188% utilization in 10 years in Thornton, if nothing were to change. That's almost 2 schools worth of students living within the current Thornton attendance zone. So what does that look like in this same sort of adjacent analysis that we did before? In the Northwest, the excess students in Bowie and Garcia could be accommodated by excess space at Crockett and Hodges Bend if those kinds of rezoning efforts could be made. So in other words, within the green boundary, we are projecting almost 800 excess capacity, excess seats, more than the number of students projected to live there. In the southeast, in Thornton and Baines, Baines was about a little over 90% utilized in 10 years. So even if we could fill every seat at Baines, we're still projecting an excess of about 1,200 middle school students living in that green area in 10 years. And so finally, at the high school level, again, same story, the same hot spots, focused primarily in Travis in the northwest and Ridge Point in the south. Travis is projected to be at, very important. I've said this a million times tonight, but it's really important for high schools. These are resident students. This is where we're projecting students to live. So this doesn't take into account any of the students that are moving for the academies or any of the other programs. So just the students that are living within the Travis zone would be 134% utilization in 10 years. Bush at about 100% utilization. Down in the southeast, Ridge Point at about 2.5 schools worth of high school students projected to live in the Ridge Point attendance zone in 10 years. You'll notice that Hightower looks very empty, and we all know that Hightower is not empty right now. It's because of the programs, the academies, and that are bringing students into the Hightower school that do not live in the Hightower zone. So what does that look like in the same adjacent comparison? In the Northwest, it's the same story as we saw with the middle school, that if everything happens as we anticipate with the charters, and if we could fill every seat at Bush and Kempner in Austin, then we could accommodate the projected student population in the Northwest to relieve the overcrowding at Travis and Bush. In the Southeast, in the area shown in green that represents the current Ridgepoint and Hightower attendance zones, if we could fill every seat at both of those schools, we still project an excess of 2,400 students in 10 years. Of course, Crawford will be in there. Again, Crawford is not represented here because the attendance zone has not been established yet. And so, ideally, if the attendance zones could be drawn to perfectly balance between the three schools, then Crawford is certainly necessary and could be fully utilized based on where the programs are placed and so forth. So at this point, I can take any questions. Justin can join me up here for any questions that you guys might have. I know you've been quite overwhelmed.
Thank you, Stacy, Justin, and Angela, for coming here tonight and presenting this data. It's incredibly helpful. And we'll open it up to the board for questions. And Ms. Williams, is that? No? Okay. Ms. Hannon, we'll start with you.
Thank you. So I have a couple of questions. And my first one is the data that you showed us with the graph that showed the births versus kindergarten, does that ever come closer to parity if you compared the births to like first grade, second grade, third grade, or is it?
Not really.
It'll
look very similar.
Okay,
Yeah,
so it's not like kids are or parents are holding them out of kindergarten somewhere else.
If anything, in your district, it might actually, you might see that you have more second, third, fourth graders, just because more children that are a little older enter the school system from new housing. But it's going to be very similar.
Okay, be kind of negligible. Okay, so then my other question, I'm not sure how you might address it, but I know previously, and even before I was on the board, we would see the data of public, private schools and charter schools, and I didn't see any of that. And I understand the different quandary with charter schools because they are not they are free, so to speak, right? And so, but we have 5,820 of our students estimated going to charter schools, and we have 5,323 in private schools. So one of my asks, I don't know if we can just document this in the minutes, is that chart that didn't quite have the numbers right. If we could get that chart with a companion chart that shows the growth of how we're losing kids to charter and how we're losing them to private schools, that
Certainly. It's not as dramatic for private schools, but there has been an increase in students going to private schools.
Okay, I think that's important that we're looking and considering those. Do we see a growth at all in private schools opening? Or it's just they're maybe filling the seats that are already there?
Not really. These small ones open here and there, typically. I can't think of a large one in Fort Bend or this particular area in a while. But one thing to note, too, when you do see the historical private, they took a big hit in 2020.
They took a hit.
They did.
Similar
private schools,
to what we
most
took.
people thought actually they increased, but they did not, because we do survey them. And they took a hit, and then they rebounded, just like the traditional ISDs do.
When COVID hit and all of every school district in Texas had a decline in enrollment, a bigger decline than they anticipated, one of the theories was, did they go to private and charter schools? And so that was a big focus we had in the fall of 2020 to call these private schools and ask them, well, did all of these parents send their kids to private schools all of a sudden? And they laughed at us.
Okay.
They said, are you kidding? Look at the economy. No, we're losing students.
Okay. Okay, thank you. I wanted to bring that up too, because this information isn't just for the board, it's for the public that's watching. And to me, I think it's important to think about the students that we're also losing to private schools. And then my last one is, do you have any way to project, for instance, the 3,700 Sienna units that are going to be built out in the next 10 years? Do we have, and it may be in my binder, but do we have any projection on what that looks like per year? Like, is it in here?
Yeah,
Absolutely.
Chapter 2.
Chapter 2, it's in there. Okay, thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Hannon. Mr. Hamilton.
Yes, thank you for overloading us with information. It's drinking from a fire hydrant, right? So you mentioned the faster rate of growth in Lamar. I know that's obviously one factor, but I do think that the severity of COVID restrictions in different districts was another factor. Have you looked at that, and can you?
Anecdotally, I could say a few things. The problem is I only know our clients.
Okay. Yeah. So
We
within
have no good data.
you have, but within your experience, would you say kind of more severe, lost more students and gained them back, and did not gain them back as quickly, or?
To me, the difference was fall 2022. So this district in particular, the rebound happened this year. Most districts, it happened prior.
Okay.
And so there were some differences put into place in this district, I believe, but I'm not even that familiar with them. So, Klein took a big hit.
Yep.
But I don't believe they have the same restrictions as you guys.
Gotcha.
But they are a very mature school district. They don't have the housing growth that you or Lamar have.
Cool. Yeah, thank you. And then, Angie, to your question, so I asked for that as a current data item several months ago. I know we get a whole lot of stuff throughout the year, but that would not be a forward-looking as far as private and charter and homeschool, but we do have that as of like 6 months ago in our stuff. I can find it and send it to you if you want me to. Welcome.
All right, thank you, Mr. Hamilton. Mr. Garcia.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you all so much for coming. It's nice to meet y'all and put faces with names on who gathers all of our data. Formerly was on the School Boundary Oversight Committee, so we had an opportunity to look through tons and tons of this data in the past. One of the things that sort of stuck out with me is I was surprised that when we were looking at the number of housing units that were popping up in Harvest Green, I actually thought I had heard that it was a lot more. But one of the things that you mentioned that you didn't project, maybe you can go back and help me remember, but the additional development in Harvest Green, you were not anticipating as many students as you thought there would be. Can you comment a little bit about that, or did I mishear you? Or how many students in general were we projecting from that growth?
Are you talking about
from Harvest Green, those two additional units in Harvest Green?
The new portion that was owned by the state just a few years ago. Yeah, no, that the land plan has remained virtually unchanged since they purchased that. I believe what Angela said was that they didn't get going as quickly as they thought this year. There was going to be a little gap in between the old sections building out and then the new section coming online. The problem is they sold so many houses in 2021, they ran out of lots. They couldn't get this new section off the ground fast enough. So this year there's a little lag in lot sales. So this year we actually had very little growth in Harvest Green. That will change as they get lots on the ground.
Thank you. And then when I was looking at the graph, the projections versus enrollment, when COVID hit, I guess 2019, and we had already started the school year the following year, the low growth projections, and I didn't know what those projections were at the time, but looking at the chart, the high growth versus the low growth, even if you would have picked the low growth scenario, we came in way under what low growth was. So the following year, when the governor gave school districts hold harmless on enrollment, it wouldn't have helped us that much if we would have picked the low growth scenario that year anyway, because it was just looking at it, that would have contributed just as much almost to the deficit as we're in right now. So I just wanted to point that out. But other than that, thank you so much for the information. It's very, very insightful. Thank you. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Mr. Garcia. Mrs. Day?
Thank you so much for the presentation. And to be honest, I am very impressed with how, I compare the data you provided from last year and to this year. They're very insane. So I wanted to thank you for that, for the hard work. I'm a very data-driven person. So I'm looking at the executive summary. And thank you for that, by the way. It's very helpful. So I just want to clarify. So for the data here presented, my understanding is you already take into account of the charter school and the private school, right? So my question is this. Have you ever compared to your projection to actual enrollment? Do you have that kind of statistic?
Do you mean for this district?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that is right here. So the green bars are our projections for the low, moderate, and high growth scenarios, and the maroon bar is the actual enrollment.
Yes, so basically, yes, so that is total, but I'm looking at I should be more clear. I'm looking at each school, for example, have you ever compared, for example, how many students actually in Travis versus
we don't have that data here tonight, but we can certainly provide it.
Okay. So, I just kind of wanted to know, your data is very accurate, obviously, based on the projection. I'm just wondering, in reality, if that's what's really happening on campus level.
Also, it can be a bit confusing because, for example, Heritage Rose, for example, was under projections. Their enrollment was a little low this year compared to what we had projected for enrollment. However, the number of resident students that we projected is spot on. And so the difference is in all of the transfers that happen among campuses and the cap and overflow and all of the policies that happen outside of our purview.
Yeah.
So we can very easily give you the number of resident students we projected and the number of resident students that actually lived there.
Yeah, thank you so much. I think that's very helpful for us to plan for the rezoning and also the new school construction. So thank you. If you can provide that, that would be very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Day.
Thank you.
All right. And I have just a couple questions, and as well, you guys are wonderful, and this amount of information is fantastic. You mentioned something, and I didn't quite understand or hear very clearly, so I'd like clarification, please. And that was on page 16 regarding charter schools that are impacting Fort Bend in the upcoming year to 2 years. You mentioned regarding Harmony Public Schools specifically. I heard something about, and also the Yes Prep, if I understood correctly, about the zoning from Missouri City to change. Can you clarify specifically what you're referring to there?
Sure. This happens all the time. So, a school like KIPP or Yes Prep or whomever wants to, locate somewhere, and maybe it's zoned industrial. There was an incident of an industrial land use zoning in Missouri City about 3 years ago.
Okay.
And the city actually denied KIPP from building in this particular piece of land. It was in the middle of an industrial park. And that's what land use zoning is there for, right? And so there are these two new sites undergoing some very similar zoning hearings right now. Now, I can't say that they'll be approved or denied, but they're not as negative. They're not going to negatively impact the neighborhood or the future development as much as that one in the industrial neighborhood would. So sometimes it's just a matter of the city saying, yes, this is going to be approved. It might change from commercial to residential, for instance. And I believe that's what one of them is, if I'm not mistaken.
Got it. So these have not been changed zoning so that they can build these schools to date?
I'm not quite sure about that because they were going through that process a couple of months ago. And of course, I haven't followed up with them in the last month or two. So they may very well be on that track to change the zoning or get approvals.
Okay, time to call city council. Second thing, sorry, I figured it was land zoning, but I zeroed in on that.
I have cities asking me all the time about some of these things. Yep.
Okay, so speaking of city council, my next one is on the same darn slide, and it has to do with legislation. Because what I'm wondering is, and again, I know you guys were saying numbers, and I was kind of jotting down, but I missed a couple. 5,800 students are currently attending charter schools. And this slide specifically is new potential charter schools coming aboard, and I heard like one of them is 1,500 and others X. Can you give me in total
I sure
what
can.
the sum number is of potential threats, if you will?
Yeah, we have that in Chapter 3. I think you should definitely look at it, all the new charters coming in. And I can tell you, I'm going to give you the exact number because I have it in my head. But in the next 5 years, we're thinking that number is going to go from 5820 today to 8209. That's a large jump. And that's one of the reasons we're showing a little lower growth the next couple of years than what we would have normally projected, what we were even projecting last year.
Okay.
And again, it really, really matters how many students come from each district. Like Stacy mentioned, the IL Texas Richmond, 1,500 students. It's right on the district border. I can tell you within a 3-mile radius, there are more families living in Fort Bend ISD than Lamar CISD. But it's all about marketing at that point. Are they going to market farther south? Are they going to market right in Pecan Grove and neighborhoods nearby? I don't know. So we have to use what we know, how charters pull from other reasonably sized schools nearby. And we know that generally on district borders, in Fort Bend and Ailey, Fort Bend and Lamar, it's about half-half. 50 come from one district, 50 come from another.
But it all depends on where the campus is located relative to the residential development, the houses.
Well, that's staggering. And I remember last year you provided similar data, and I want to say it dated back to 2014. And it was astounding then, and I still jaw drop. It's astounding. But I want to say this. So regarding the data, thank you. But I want to say this for anybody who is watching regarding the charter schools that, and maybe somebody can recall exactly what it was, but I know that Fort Bend produced information about how we stand up to the charter schools and outperform in every single aspect, as far as academic, education, social, emotional, and where we put our money as well. And so I think it's just important for anybody who's watching to know that maybe you just mentioned the differences in the marketing. Maybe they are marketing, but don't be fooled by the marketing. Make sure you get educated and you know exactly how the school actually stacks up in performance for your kiddo. So on that, we have additional questions from Mrs. Hannon.
To piggyback your question and going back to mine, if there is, and maybe staff could do this for us, but the one that I asked for, if we could have this for charter, accurate, and private school, but if there is any way you could give us an additional forecast because that number that you just gave us going up to 8,000, when is that?
5 years.
5 years. Okay. So I think that would be very good for the board to be able to digest that better in that way. And thank you for asking that question. I'm going to also piggyback on, because I do know parents, if parents are leaving, they're looking for something else. But I do want to encourage parents, because I had someone reach out to me this week asking if I knew about a certain charter school. And but what I would also encourage parents to ask is, what enrichment programs are they offering at the charter school? Because not all the charter schools are offering the kinds of enrichment opportunities that our kids in Fort Bend get, whether that might be choir or band or drama or some kind of athletic program. So just, in case some parents are watching. Thank you very much.
You bet. I appreciate that. And thank you again for your time and making the trek out here. We greatly appreciate you and the services you provide to Fort Bend ISD.
Thank you.
All right. We're going to move on to the next item, and that's item B, the original boundary recommendations. And I am going to pass it on to Mrs. Martinez.
Thank you very much. Could I get the slides changed, please? And the clicker? Okay. So thank you very much. As we set this presentation up, I would like to recognize the team that's been working on this, our internal direct team that's been leading this process, and that's Pyle Pandit Talati and Jody Ryder in the Collaborative Communities Department. And they're joining us this evening to help facilitate any questions or respond to any specific questions that we may have along this conversation, along with Matt Sachs, who's here virtually. If we could confirm that he's here, that I would appreciate that. He's here from Cooperative Strategies. So
Yes, I'm here. Hello.
Great. Thank you, Matt. Well, I'm going to go ahead and kind of introduce the presentation and set the tone here. Up on the screen here, you see a slide that you've seen before, and this is truly how we, as part of our boundary planning and enrollment management process, we are tonight presenting the original recommendations. So in this slide, all arrows are pointing to those original recommendations. Specifically this evening, we're presenting those for the northwest portion of the district, which you all have seen similar recommendations, or that area you visited back in November in an open board meeting, and then presenting also the southeast portions of the district. And all of these are in an effort to alleviate overutilization at some of our campuses, establish new attendance boundaries for the new schools. PASA mentioned Ferguson in their presentation. We also have the boundary establishment for Crawford, both of which are opening this fall, 2023. And as a reminder, the original recommendation, that term, the way that we say that, means this is the first time we're bringing the scenario, or we're bringing the scenario for the first time to the board for presentation, for discussion, in preparation of engaging with the School Boundary Oversight Committee. So this is not a recommendation for approval at this point. It's the first piece of the boundary planning process, if you will. And as I mentioned, we did come to visit with you about the northwest portion back in November, and then we determined to come forward with the 2022 PASA data, the PASA projections that were just presented, so we could have the most current and accurate data moving into the 10-year projection. And so this evening, what you will see are some similar areas of the district with similar recommendations or original recommendations. And then Matt, when he presents, will point out some of the changes that we've made from feedback from the board members and from our internal work, as well as work with our demographer and cooperative strategies. And he'll point that out to you as we go forward. And then, of course, for the first time, you'll see the original recommendations for the southeast portion of the district. So in developing these original recommendations, it's, as you well know and can imagine if you've not worked with this firsthand, it is not an easy process, nor is it a quick process. There are a variety of possibilities that could work and do work, but what we do is filter through the long-range planning projections. We look at proximity. We think about the unknowns, such as charters and potential vouchers in the future, and we engage with multiple stakeholders to come up with these final recommendations that we are prepared to bring to you all in February after we go through the process. And so in working with our internal and external stakeholders, I just wanted to point out a few to you. One, of course, you met tonight, PASA, that's Population and Survey Analyst, and you learned about and heard much about their in-depth work that they do each year when they bring us these projections. We also work with Cooperative Strategies, and you've all met Matt and worked with him, and he's been presenting in open session, so that I think our viewers are also familiar with him. He is our district planner who helps us to incorporate the PASA projections and our current enrollment data and the growth in the district to determine best practices around our original recommendation development. We also collaborate with multiple departments within the school district for our internal work before we bring our original recommendations forward to the board. Our Collaborative Communities Department leads that work, and we also work with PASA and Cooperative Strategies to review, to assess, and then to finalize the recommendations we're bringing you tonight. In addition, we engage in dialogue within our internal departments and with our community stakeholders to account for feedback from years prior and in our current enrollment scenario to bring you these original recommendations. Fourth, we also work with board members to respond to questions, to receive information shared from constituents. And then finally, in the getting us to our final recommendation, we engage with our members of our School Boundary Oversight Committee. And as you recall, this is comprised of parents and community members who volunteer a great amount of time to review, provide suggestions, and review the recommendations that we're shaping to determine alignment with the board's policy FC local and specifically the decision principles within the policy. So as you see, there are three important factors that impact our original recommendations, starting with the demographic report that you heard about this evening. And as a refresher, we use that PASA demographic report along with our final annual enrollment review that we present to you all in February in a combination with our facilities master planning review and process. We presented those last February. And that was the projection of what work needed to occur in this planning horizon or for this first year. And as you heard from PASA, it's critical that we review this ongoing and that each year we come to you with not only this comprehensive demographic report that doesn't build, as you heard Dr. Tapera state, it doesn't build on the year prior. It's a fresh start each year because things change. The economy changes, our situation with charters changes, and so much of the unknown makes it critical that we have this as our starting point, and then we internalize that along with whatever boundary planning we may be doing, along with our current situation, and then we come forward to you next month with the annual enrollment review, which will kind of set that path for the planning work forward. I do want to note that the original recommendations that we're presenting to you tonight do account for, kind of remind you, I said this earlier, for the projections that you just heard. And we name those just for clarity, the PASA 2022 projections, because they're based on this year, this past year. As a reminder, you did receive this in your November 14th update for the Northwest portion. And as I said, Matt will walk us through that and kind of highlight those areas that we've seen before. These are based on the board's decision principles found in Policy FC Local, and to the greatest extent possible in each of the scenarios that we will be reviewing with you tonight, these decision principles provide for safely housing our students, providing all students equitable access to resources, assisting entire neighborhoods to the same school, not master planned communities, but assigning them to the greatest extent possible entire neighborhoods to the same school, assigning natural boundaries to create attendance communities, consideration of the unique needs of student populations at given campuses, balancing student enrollment, ensuring efficient use of existing facilities, supporting neighborhood school concept. And as Matt with Cooperative Strategies walks you through this new information about the district, I do want to share that he is starting in the northwest portion of the district, where we are dedicated to relieving the overutilization at Travis and Bowie, as PASA mentioned, as well as establishing minimal boundary changes or adjustments that further align feeder patterns in this particular area of the district. As you heard from PASA, and I just can't say enough, we do expect continued growth in this area, perhaps not to the degree that we thought in the past, and we have many unknowns in this area. Charter schools as the example that they shared, and so we will continue, and there's a need in all areas of the district, particularly in the two that they mentioned, that we continue to review this area and that we have a long-range plan for continuing to provide recommendations to the board in the future. And so with that, I'd like to turn it over to Matt. And Matt, if you'll cue me when you're ready for me to change the slides, I'll do so on this end.
Absolutely. Great. Thank you, Beth. Good evening, board members. Good to see you again. Thank you for that great introduction, Beth. I'd also like to thank PASA for their presentation, providing their data to us to update for presenting these original recommendations this evening, as well as going through some of the terms, live-in versus enrollment, those sorts of things that we'll be discussing this evening. Hopefully that makes my job explaining a little bit easier. So as Beth mentioned, we did meet with you in November to present the original recommendations for schools in the Northwest. And since that time, we have updated with the 2022 PASA projections. So we've updated our data with those original recommendations, and you'll see that here this evening. And in this area, we have kept the original recommendations that we presented previously related to Travis and Austin and Bowie and Crockett, as well as added a few additional that I will explain in more detail. So the primary goals in this area of the district was to address overutilization at Travis High School, address overutilization of Bowie Middle School, address underutilization of Kempner High School. The additional recommendations we were looking at adjusting feeder patterns to look at cleaner feeder patterns K-12, and to implement these boundary adjustments with the least amount of disruption for students and programs for the coming year. Next slide. So here's our current situation for some of these schools that we'll be looking at in the Northwest area. Again, these are the actual enrollment numbers at these buildings, knowing that, like in the case of Travis, we have the 2 academies with a total of 280 students. And as was touched on in the PASA presentation, when we look at the projected enrollments and utilizations, both for the current and any proposed or recommended boundaries, those are going to be based on the resident live-in numbers. But as they exist today, Travis is currently operating at 112% utilization. Again, that's accounting, that includes the 280 academy students. And we've also provided what those utilizations would be, knowing that we do have portables at some, or in this case, all of these buildings. Bowie is operating currently at 102.6% utilization, and Kempner a little bit underutilized, currently at 75% utilization. Next slide. So our original recommendations, this first bullet here is the same as we previously presented in November. That was to move the Brazos Bend Elementary attendance community from the Travis High School feeder to the Austin High School feeder, which would help relieve projected overutilization at Travis High School. This area would continue to feed Sartarsha Middle School as it does today. The second recommendation was to adjust the Arizona Fleming Elementary attendance community so that it feeds 100% to Hodges Bend Middle and Kempner High School. Currently, there is a 15%, I believe it's one planning unit of Fleming that feeds to Garcia Middle School and Austin High School, with the rest feeding to Hodges Bend Middle and Kempner High School. So we would be adjusting really the middle and high school zones for that area so that it would all 100% feed into Hodges Bend Middle and Kempner High School. Adjust the Holly Elementary attendance community so that it would 100% feed Hodges Bend, and it says Bush, but I think that's supposed to be adjust Holly. Oh, I'm sorry, that's correct. So that it feeds 100% to Hodges Bend and Bush. Currently, there's a 2% split of Holly. It's the area of Holly Elementary that is south of Belfort Boulevard. That feeds to Garcia Middle School and Austin High School. So we would recommend moving that small 2% area actually to Oyster Creek Elementary, and all of Oyster Creek feeds Garcia Middle School and Austin High School. So that would not be a change in the middle school or high school area for those planning units, but it would move from Holly to Oyster Creek, so that would eliminate the small portion of Holly that does not feed with the rest of its elementary attendance area to Hodges Bend and Bush High School. And then same as previously presented in November, adjust the Patterson Elementary attendance community to feed 100% into Crockett Middle School. Currently, there is 40% roughly, of the Patterson Elementary attendance zone that feeds into Bowie. So we would recommend feeding 100% of the Patterson Elementary zone to Crockett, which would help relieve Bowie and balance the utilization between Bowie and Crockett in the future. But that area would remain at Travis High School, as there's simply, as hopefully was pointed out with the utilization at Bush and projected utilization in the future, there would not be space for that area to continue to feed along with Crockett into Bush High School. So the current portion of Patterson that is feeding to Bowie that would move to Crockett, it would remain at Travis High School, and that would represent a 15% split of Crockett Middle School to Travis High School, with 85% of Crockett going to Bush. And this last bullet we kind of already touched on. When we move Brazos Bend from Travis to Austin, currently Sartartia is split between Austin, Clements, and Travis, about 33% each way. This would put a 2/3 feeder of Sartartia into Austin and 1/3 at Clements. So it would no longer split 3 ways. Here's the current feeder structure for the high school feeders that we've been discussing on those original recommendations as they exist today. You can see the split at Patterson, currently 60% feeding into Crockett and Bush, and 40% feeding into Bowie and Travis. On the far right, in the Kempner feeder pattern, you can see the Fleming 85% to Hodges Bend and Kempner. And in the Austin zone, under the Garcia Middle School, the orange Garcia, you can see the 2% of Holly that currently feeds into Garcia and Austin, with the remaining 90%, 98% going to Bush. So here's the proposed feeder with those recommended boundary changes, and anything in any of those different colored boxes is just kind of highlighting what's changed. So starting kind of left to right, you can see Patterson. We've shown it both in the Bush and in the Travis feeder, but it would feed 100% to Crockett, along with all of Jordan, all of Seguin, and 90% of Mission West, and 85% of that Crockett feeder, that Crockett boundary, would continue on to Bush High School, whereas 15% of it would continue on to Travis. And then again, that's just that existing portion of Patterson that goes to Travis, that would be changed from Bowie to Crockett. The kind of purple outline is showing the Holly 100% feeder into Hodges Bend and Bush now, with that small elementary change to Oyster Creek. Brazos Bend would continue to feed Sartartia, but along with Walker Station from Sartartia would go to Austin High School. So we now have Sartartia only splitting 2 ways at the high school level. The boundaries for Oyster Creek aren't changing. The feeders for Oyster Creek aren't changing. However, the elementary boundary would be expanded slightly to eliminate that 2% Holly feed. So that's why it's highlighted. And we would, again, feed Fleming 100% into Hodges Bend to Kempner, and it would represent the 25% of Hodges Bend that goes to Kempner. So here's the utilization numbers for the high schools that in the recommendations that we just discussed. For any of these slides with these data tables, the top table is going to represent the current boundaries as they exist today. If there were to be no attendance boundary changes. So looking at the projections that PASA just presented, projecting those forward, looking at the capacity of each building, what would our future enrollment and utilization be if we didn't make any boundary adjustments? And that helps us compare our recommendations to see the impact. So the first enrollment number, it's under that green 2022-23 actual enroll. That's just the actual students that attend each building this year. And the first blue column to the right of that is the 2022-23 actual live-in. Those are going to be the same as PASA's numbers, kind of this current year baseline of how many students reside in each of those boundaries. So in this case, if you look at an example of Travis, you'll see the enrollment is about 120 students higher than its actual live-in. I would guess primarily due to the academies, but it's just to kind of show the difference between the live-in and the enrollment with the various academies or transfers, or in some cases the cap and overflow. So looking at that top chart, certainly we see the red Travis number in all years going across, reaching a high of about 140% in the 2030 school year. This was touched on in the earlier presentation. We see Bush right around 100% and projected to be right at 100% in that 10-year projection. And Kempner currently in the mid-high 70s, projected to decline and remain in the mid-60s towards the end of that projection. So with the recommendation to move Brazos Bend from Travis to Austin, if you look in the 23-24 utilization column for those proposed high school boundaries, again, not including portables, whereas Travis was going to be 114% in 23-24, we can see that drop to 98%. And we see Austin at 105% with that change. And just one note, we may not see those quite those numbers, as we know students at Travis that are currently there would be given the option to stay and finish their high school years at Travis. But looking out, we do still have some overutilization at Travis, but we've kind of balanced that enrollment between those two buildings. We don't have a situation with Travis being in the 130, 140%. We did also make that small change to Fleming to feed into Hodges Bend and Kempner. So you'll see a little bit higher utilization at Kempner, but I think it's in the neighborhood of 60 or so students, depending on which year of the projection. So it's a increase of 2 or 3% when you're comparing the utilization. Next slide. And then we did also just want to include, we know that we do have a number of portables at some of these buildings, especially Travis with the 14 portables of 700 capacity. We know we don't want to continue using these portables, and they're not ideal, but just to include for information what the total capacity and what the utilization of those buildings would be in the short term with those with that additional capacity. Next slide. Okay, and same charts, but this just shows the middle school adjustments with the Patterson move from Bowie to Crockett. The current middle school boundaries, again, that first line, you'll see Bowie, it's right now kind of in that low 100% range, but projected to reach 110% by 26-27, and comparatively Crockett remaining in the mid to low 70% throughout the projection. Going down to the second chart then, You'll see both of those schools are kind of in that white shading now with that proposed boundary change. So that adjustment would keep them both below 100% for the 10 years of the projection. And there's also a slight adjustment, again, with the Fleming piece moving from Garcia to Hodges Bend. We do reduce the utilization at Garcia, but again, it's not significant. I think it's in the neighborhood of 40 to 50 students, depending on which year of the projection you look at. So it does kind of remain in that light red a little bit longer with that change. And we do have underutilization at Hodges Bend, but again, that does help balance between those schools a little bit. Next slide. And again, not quite as much portable capacity at these middle school buildings, but wanted to include the utilization with those accounted for as well. And with the elementary schools, we were proposing to move that piece of Holly that is south of Belfort Boulevard to Oyster Creek. So I wanted to show the impact of that as well. I think in the current and 23-24 year, it's a difference of about 17 or 18 elementary students that would be moving from Holly to Oyster Creek. That area is projected to grow a little bit, but even by the end of the 10-year projection, it's, I think, 35 students or so. So not a huge change in enrollment or utilization, but we thought it was a benefit of allowing those students to not split off 2%, but by attending Oyster Creek, then they would remain with that cohort at the same elementary, middle, and high K through 12. So here's just a map showing these changes. This map shows the Brazos Bend change from Travis to Austin, and these two areas are the same as what we walked through in November. That's going to be that red area, and again, that would remain at Sartarshan Middle School. And the purple shading and outline highlights the portion of Crockett Patterson that's in the Travis zone that would move from Bowie to Crockett, but again would remain at Travis High School. For the Patterson change, those neighborhoods include Mission Sierra and Mission Trace, and I believe it's Planning Unit 14C that was touched on in the PASA presentation. In the future is projected. I think there's very few or no students there now, but projected to grow quite considerably. And with the Brazos Bend area, those neighborhoods include High Meadows, Summerhill, and portions of New Territory. Next slide. And this map highlights those changes from Fleming and Holly. Again, not a change to the Fleming Elementary attendance boundary, but it's kind of that green shading. You see that thick black line, that planning unit of Fleming currently feeds into Austin and Garcia. So the recommendation would be to move that middle and high school boundary line over so that it all goes into Hodges Bend and Kempner, so that Fleming would feed there 100%. Also increasing the utilization a little bit at Kempner. And then you can see the purple shading is that area of Holly that is south of Belfort Boulevard that would move to Oyster Creek and would feed with Oyster Creek 100% to Garcia and Austin. Next slide. Okay, so moving into the southeast elementary schools.
Matt? Matt, can you hear me?
I can.
Okay. Thank you for sharing the information on the northeast side of the district regarding essentially Travis and Bowie overutilization. I'd like if we could pause for a moment to ask questions and open it up for discussion. Does that work for you?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, thank you, sir. So I'd like to open it up to the board so we can ask questions now for this one, and then once we get to the second phase of this rezoning, then we can ask those questions as well. We'll start with you, Mr. Hamilton. Thank you.
Madam President, thank you, Matt. So I like moving that boundary zone 67 from Austin to Kempner. So just something that I would like to suggest is more of that. So more of relieving Austin in the Kempner direction, so that we can relieve more of Travis into Austin. And so I like that we have that relatively recent update of moving that 67 zone over to Kempner. And I would like to maybe look at 70 and 71, also going to the land of sunshine and greatness, as Dr. Jackson calls it at Kempner, so that we can get a little bit more relief from Travis to Austin, and then possibly splitting some of Bowie to go to Austin, but and then Madden and Malala possibly splitting a little bit more off from Travis to Austin, which is more disruption. But I think just looking at, just the current environment where we're in, where the VATRE failed, and we need to be looking at everything. And so if you look at kind of what's driving me in this direction, if you look at the utilization numbers, if you only look at the Travis projections, then it looks like we definitely need to spend bond money in relief of Travis. But if you look at the total line with all four of those high schools added up, and then you look at the situation with Kempner, I think for me, I would like to see us aggressively try to relieve Travis by shifting some of those students to Austin and shifting some more students from Austin to Kempner, rather than be more aggressive on the bond, just with where the voters clearly showed us where they are in November, and just looking at being as responsible with the finances we have as well as the facilities we have, so that we don't have to be as aggressive on the bond side of things, if that makes sense.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Hamilton. Mrs. Day.
Thank you, Madam President. So I have a couple of clarification questions. First, I wanted to piggyback on Mr. Hamilton. So if you look at the right now, the recommendation, basically, if you look at this chart, it's clearly showing not only we have Travis is overcrowded, we also have Austin High School is also going to be overcrowded. So that is going to be a concern. I do understand that we wanted to the minimum disruptive, but if we are talking about we're going to rezone as this planned, so is there any plan for future to relieve more for Travis and Austin? Yeah.
Thank you for asking that. Yes, typically our schedule or our process comes to the board in around, I would say, November timeframe with the original recommendations, so that we have an extended period to engage with the community, our SBOC and the community, in order to have final recommendations to the board in January. And the way we have the process lined out, it's not just a semester out, but it's scheduled to be a year out. I hesitate to continue saying because of COVID, but it is one aspect that has us where we are now because of COVID. We knew we had to open Butcher this coming, and so that was in the planning queue, and then we had some leadership transition and some other factors that have us here now in January with original recommendations. And so knowing that, along with a lot of the unknowns that we have and the need to plan forward more extensively, particularly in this area, as well as some other areas in the district, we know that our next planning cycle, after we recommend to you all in February, will include continued look at not only this area but other areas of the district in relation to some of the unknowns and in continuous communication with PASA and our day-to-day enrollment. So to answer your question directly, yes, we do need to continue focusing on not only this area but all areas and making adjustments over time. These recommendations are for the near term, to relieve in the near term, so that will give us some time to look at programming. It's also not an implementation of all students at Travis moving, so we know that overutilization that appears in the chart will not likely occur the first year, which will give us this next planning cycle to make some additional adjustments if those are continue to be needed. So yes, ma'am, it's an ongoing process, not one that we do lightly or one that we stop after the board considers the final recommendations. I want to use the right wording that we bring to you all in February.
Thank you for that answer. And so to follow up on that, I know the next process is going to go to the SBOC, right? So when we use the term minimum disruptive and near term planning, so I remember like sometimes we feel like, okay, we don't want to move too many students because we wanted to reduce the disruption. But if we constantly doing rezoning, like for example this year, and then next year we're going to rezone again, that's also kind of disruptive to the community. So I'm going to leave that question to SBOC because I would really like to hear from the community as well how they feel about this. So I think that's going to be a great input. But also I think the bond, I definitely support Mr. Hamilton's comment on that. I think given the current economic environment, I really wanted the bond to be as conservative as possible. If we can not, putting too much in the bond, that'd be great. Okay, thank you. So for my next one will be for the Patterson Elementary School. We know we have 50-50 split right now, and then we're going to put them 100% to Crockett. So first I wanted to ask, did we look any other alternatives in that neighborhood? Is there any other? Yeah.
Yes, thank you. Yes, we did. We looked at multiple possibilities across every one of the recommendations that we're bringing to you this evening. The reason for that area is to clean up that feeder pattern split because you have a smaller number of students who are leaving to go to Bowie, and we know we need to relieve Bowie. So aligning that feeder pattern to Crockett and then splitting a larger group when they go to Bush and to Travis. So that was the reason for that area, and looking out at the longer term projections, knowing the growth in that area and the impact that it could create for relieving Bowie Middle School and better aligning those students so that all of the Patterson students then go to middle school together.
So okay, thank you. I understand that. So also I would also put this my concern out there for SBOC to consider. I understand now you don't have the split at the Patterson Middle Elementary School level, but actually we are creating a split at the Crockett Middle School, right? Because right now Crockett 100% goes to Bush, but now we have 15% go back to Bowie, right? So we're talking about 75 students each year from Crockett will go to Bowie for not Bowie, Travis, sorry. From Travis, go to Travis. So that's also kind of very small amount of students. They gonna stay there, right? They're gonna Patterson and then they go to Crockett, and then 75 students will leave the group and going to Travis, right? Versus right now we have the split at the Patterson. So that's kind of also one of my concerns. I just want to put out there. But thank you for your answer. And thank you, Madam Malone. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Day. Mr. Garcia.
Thank you, Madam President. And y'all said it, but I just wanted to clarify. So all this data is all the actual live-in students, doesn't include academies or any of the programming. So I know we talked about this last week. So when we're looking at the boundaries, actual students that are zoned, and then when I'm looking at the figures and I'm seeing Kempner at a lower utilization rate than what we're trying to achieve, and then knowing that there's a possibility that we're going to do some program shifts to get those numbers up over at Kempner. Just wanted to make sure I understand that correctly. Also, let's see. And the recommendations we're making, which you just alluded to, is for near term. And what we talked about last week was we have a lot of uncertainty, and a lot of uncertainties around charter schools that are coming up. And we just heard from PASA saying approximately how many students are going to be coming into these charter schools. So it does make it difficult, I understand, for us to go long term on some of this planning if we do it and then the charter schools comes and takes more kids or less kids than what we think, and then we end up having to make another change again. So I do understand that. And then my actual question, the first two were just want to make sure I understood those correctly. And my actual question is on the community engagement portion through the SBOC process. Are we just doing that virtually through Thought Exchange as what we've done in the past? I know we were originally, a couple of years ago, we were going to do those in-person hearings and stuff.
Yes, we're following the same process that was used for Butcher, and we found from feedback and from the ability to reach more people more often, a longer period of time, and get more feedback. We are going to be utilizing that. It was the first time we went through the process in the updated policy FC Local and with the updated procedures that are the current ones that we're governed by, it was a really good way to get a lot of feedback to keep it going over time so that people could engage and continue to engage through Thought Exchange with not only sharing their feedback, but giving feedback off of the feedback of others as well. Yes, sir.
Thank you. And then my last question is on the charts for the middle schools. We're just showing Holly and Oyster Creek. Is it possible to get this same information for all of the elementary schools in that feeder pattern, and also doesn't show the number of portables that the elementary schools have? Because it has it for when we start talking about the Crawford, it's got it in there for all the elementary schools, but I'd be interested to see that for all the elementary schools on the northwest side as well, if you don't mind.
Yes, sir. That's in the enrollment reports that come forward. I'll make sure that you all receive that information. It has the temporaries as well.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Garcia. Dr. Gilliam?
And thank you all. Good evening for the presentation. Okay, I'm hearing a lot of different things. So I'm hearing near-term uncertainty behind what's going on. Charter schools are making this difficult for us to understand. That's the way that I'm perceiving it. So what is it that we actually do know, where it comes down? What is the bottom line here? Because then I hear contingency bonds, so I'm really not understanding what, I sort of understand what Mr. Hamilton is speaking about, but is there something in the contingency bond that's going to assist and help Travis to take care of students, or I'm missing something?
Okay, currently, as you know, the board has not called a bond. That is something that the administration is working toward, and it is highly likely that we will present to you a plan for your consideration to call for May of 23. I do want to answer, and I think I can do that for both of you. currently in our pre-planning and early stages of development, there is not a plan to bring an addition on Travis. So therefore, from an economic standpoint, there is not a need for the concept of if we don't move kids, we'll have to spend bond money on building an addition. That would be incorrect at this time. So I think that's an important piece to point out.
May I just address? So I think Dr. Gilliam, sorry. I think at the very initial, I think the thing is when there's a bond package, there was $20 million for the Travis addition, but that's probably why we had that concern. So I think that's where it is.
Okay, so thank you. I think it's important for us to bring that out because if someone was not doing this every single day that we're doing it, we would not know that there's $20 million out there that we're looking to do something with possibly no more because now we're looking at the bond.
We are not looking, this was within the bond.
Okay.
This addition that has been talked about, from my understanding, for quite a few years at Travis would not be something that the administrative team would be bringing forward for your consideration. We feel as though with the zoning that is proposed here and with the careful watch on what is actually going on, especially with an ILT that has high school nearby and those things, that we don't want to be too abrupt in moving kids when the movement may not be necessary. We also have some other options we can do internally, programmatically, that we're not absolutely sure about either because we're really trying to do a deep dive and make sure that those decisions are best and that we've engaged those stakeholders. And at this time, we've not done that because that's not part of the presentation.
Okay. So what I would like, I want to know what we don't know. And it seems, like I said, is we don't know quite a few things. And with the uncertainty behind the charter schools have we researched, they're not going to, don't touch it. Is that me? No, it's not me. Okay. Have we researched, do we know everything about the charter schools that we possibly can know right now? I guess that would be my question. That we possibly could know. Have we know everything and it's still uncertain, there's nothing else that we can find out? I'm asking.
That's difficult.
And I know that, I'm sorry?
To answer definitively because we don't know what we don't know. So we have researched and worked with PASA on the location. We've done quite a bit of research on their programs, what they offer, the success rate, what they say, and what actually happens in terms of students who successfully complete. We don't know what parents will decide for their students. We know that we need to ensure we communicate well about our programming, that we have the best possible programming and opportunities and well-rounded offerings for our students, academic, fine arts, athletics, and that we create stellar learning environments. I'm not sure exactly how to answer that, honestly.
And my apologies, because I'm not trying to put anybody on the spot, but this is, as I'm thinking through this right now, we have the whole state of Texas, and we all know that charters are coming into Texas, and maybe we can start doing some research with other areas. Maybe is Dallas having issues? Or is Austin having issues that we can find out just when we do have to rezone, that we have some type of reference to what happened in another place? Because I think right now what we're doing is it's all assumption and there's just, and I understand it, don't get me wrong, I understand it, but if we can try to find some type of research that we can look at. I truly, or that we can study, I should say. When we're looking at long-term predictions, we're pre-planning. I don't have any meat right now to know. And then I hear, within 2 years we might have to do something again. And we're talking about minimal disruption. And this has already been said, and I'm repeating it, because if it's 2 years from now, and I have the concern with we're doing all of this now, and it's tough. This is tough stuff. I just don't want us to have to go through it again 2 to 3 years and rezone because we didn't the things that we expected didn't happen, so now we're here again. So
thank you for that. I do want to say something about that and least amount of disruption. Internally, when we speak of least amount of disruption, it's not the number of students that we're trying to adjust boundaries for or not adjust boundaries for. It's the number of changes and ensuring like that it's a year-over-year process where we're not making changes or recommending changes that might have to be undone or done again but bigger. Okay, so when we're not opening a new school, establishing boundaries for a new school, and we're adjusting those boundaries, we're working toward the plan that we've been working on for the last several years that doesn't create a situation where we move students and then we end up moving the same students again. Or we move a few students, but then we need to move a couple of streets more in that same area. So truly that's the least amount of disruption to the system, to the communities at large, and to the schools. Not focusing on we're only going to do a certain number of students or we're only going to do a certain area. It's being conservative in that approach to be able to make the best decisions for the near term with the long term in mind and with those long range projections, which include some of those unknowns.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Mrs. Hannon.
Thank you. Thank you to the board members for their questions. And I want to thank past School Boundaries Oversight Committee members and the ones that are currently on there, because you have some hard work in front of you, and I truly hope that you feel like as stakeholders that you have the opportunity and the platform to ask hard questions using the school boundary decision principles that are in the SBOC manual. But I have a couple of questions first, because the first thing I'm going to say, Mr. Hamilton, I appreciate your comments, and Ms. Day, about some of the feeder patterns that we're looking at, because in some cases it feels a little like we're, robbing Peter to pay Paul. We're transferring some debt from one to another, where we've got overcrowding in 2 schools on the west side. And for the record, I hate the notion of any student moving, right? I think we all do up here. But I do look forward to the questions that the SBOC gets to ask about those, specifically shifting some overcrowding to Austin High School. The other question, I heard Dr. Whitbeck, and maybe I heard this wrong, but you said the programs aren't a part of this presentation, but, and I hate to contradict you, but on page 5, we do have program numbers included at Travis with the Academy. So I know that the school boundaries principles, decision principles do include, and Beth spoke to those before. I'm sorry, Ms. Martinez spoke to those about, unique needs of populations at a given campus may not be reflected in the numbers alone that we see on these papers. So I guess I have a clarifying question, for instance, where we have the total number of Travis Academy students as 280. Is it presented to the SBOC that a very good majority of these students are actually Travis zone students that are in this academy? Because that would be important for them to understand as far as the school boundary decision principles.
That's a good point, and that is part of the information that we would be providing to the SBOC. We have the numbers for those 2 academies as well as all the others, and where the students are zoned and where they leave from. I think, and I don't want to speak for Dr. Whitbeck, but I know, but as we contemplate movement of programs, it is also a process in and of itself, and engaging with not only the parents and the community, but also the students in a high school programming situation to determine the process, the rate, the way that a program could be or would be moved if that is the final decision. And so I go back to the least amount of disruption, especially for our students who are in a program, and giving the amount of runway needed to be able to engage with those stakeholders, most importantly our high school students who would be in those programs and their families, around a change that would occur, and not having it as a part of the boundary process, but a standalone process where we can engage in that level of community involvement and feedback.
Okay, it just feels like it's part of this process since we explicitly included numbers to show
as a part of the conversation, and knowing that, when you're looking at the numbers, and I'll move to another part of the district because Hightower is another campus, right, that we look at utilization, as well as all of our academy schools, that when we look at that data and when we draw the SBOC members' attention to that data, we explain, this is live-in, it's not programmatic, which leads to conversations about what could that look like.
Right. And I just wanted to be clear, because some of the 280 are live-in.
That's correct.
They are zoned.
Yes,
so
ma'am.
I guess I'm requesting that when we present the data to our SBOC, that it's very clear. And I don't know what other information that they're privy to as far as programs that maybe programs that affect campuses that you can't see in the numbers, like the number of special ed programs, or, even the number of free and reduced lunch kids. To me, that affects your programs. That affects your programming. So I don't know if those are the types of things you share. I don't know what's under that umbrella of attention should be given to unique needs of student populations at a given campus. So I'm just. You can enlighten me offline what things are shared with the SBOC. Thank
you.
All right.
Thank you, Ms. Hannon. And thank you to all the board members for your contributions and questions tonight about this. This is tough. Thank you to the SBOC. We greatly appreciate your sacrifice of time and your commitment to Fort Bend ISD. And for those of you that are here tonight, because I see you, thank you. It means a lot that you're invested in the school district and that you're putting your best work forward. And thank you to those with Ms. Martinez, Pael, Jody, thank you so much for all of your hard work. Okay, I just have a couple follow-up questions and clarity, and then I'll be out of here on that one. So first of all, I want to say thank you again on Kempner. So Kempner originally wasn't included at all, and we voiced concern over that. So I want to say thank you for listening and hearing us on that. And I noticed that there's a 2 to 3% increase. It looked like 2 roughly, which is better than 0. So I'll take that as a W. Although I wish it were more, to be honest. But I understand what you're talking about regarding minimal disruptions and whether it's better. And I think about this myself, and so I want the public to know whether it's better to do something over the short term or long term or in cycles, as Mrs. Martinez has already articulated. And so I hope that the SBOC considers the pros and the cons of short term or doing things year over year and what's really better in the best interest of students in Fort Bend. And I share many of the sentiments as all of you here with those questions. And I think, Dr. Gilliam, you put something, in perspective regarding charter schools. And we do have some data that dates back to, I remember some changes in last year of 2014 in that PASA data, and that we know that we've already lost 5,800 students. And so I think there is information out there that we ourselves have experienced. In addition to that, if I recall, y'all are looking at HISD Austin. Austin, we've seen a huge decline that they've experienced. And I don't foresee that here because, frankly, Fort Bend is top notch. And Dr. Whitbeck, hats off to you, because since you've been here, the numbers that they presented earlier for our high growth model actually are inaccurate to date because we've surpassed that. So thank you to all of you who work here at Fort Bend ISD, that you are essentially outkicking the numbers and overperforming, and I appreciate that, and obviously the public does too, because they're sending their greatest asset to us, right? Their children. So thank you. And lastly, I just want to say the principals, Bush, Travis, Austin, Kempner, Miss James, Miss LaBerge, Miss Cortez, and Dr. Jackson, you guys rock. And so this has been very difficult for all of us, and all of this, I guess, investment in time and trying to rebalance. But I want for parents to know that at every single one of these campuses, we have top-notch, top-tier principals leading the way every single step of the day, with smiles on their faces and providing the highest academic excellence that they can on their campuses. So however this shakes out at the SBOC, thank you for your investment and hard work that I'll be able to get behind you. That's it? Okay. So, thank you. And Matt, if you're still there, I appreciate your patience with our board. Would you please proceed with the second half?
Sure.
Thank you, sir.
Not a problem at all. And thank you for the questions and feedback. So moving on to the southeast area of the district, we'll start with the elementary schools, but we know Crawford is opening as well, so this will tie in a little bit to how these schools play into the high school boundaries and the changes recommended with the opening of Crawford and Ridgepoint and Hightower, but this will be more focused on the elementary. So the primary goals in these southeast elementary areas is to, of course, address the overutilization at Heritage Rose. I think we've been looking at the numbers there, and they're staggering, and I thought the way PASA presented it, as we would, at the end of the 10 years with no boundary changes, be looking at 4 schools worth of students there. So certainly addressing that overutilization. Addressing the overutilization at Leonetti Elementary, and establishing a new attendance community for Ferguson Elementary. Next slide. So again, current situation, current enrollment, knowing that this does not account for things like cap and overflow. When we look at the projections, again, that will be students projected to reside within each of the attendance zones, both before and after any boundary changes. Leonetti currently operating at 128% utilization. We do know there is considerable portable capacity there. So with that, operating at 90% utilization. Heritage Rose, again, just students attending at that building operating at 106% utilization. With accounting for those 12 portables, that number drops to 72.8%. But we do know that there are considerable students overflowing to Scanlon Oaks from that attendance zone. So the original recommendations is to open Ferguson Elementary, create an attendance area for that building that will open next school year. And that building will directly relieve Leonetti Elementary. And with this original recommendation, would only be made up of current Leonetti Elementary attendance zones. And the new Ferguson Elementary, as we'll look at with the Crawford recommendations, would feed 100% to Thornton Middle School and Crawford High School. And then looking at adjusting the Heritage Rose attendance community, there are some areas south of Highway 6 that we would recommend to move to Schiff Elementary to both relieve Heritage Rose as well as to increase utilization in the long term at Schiff. Those areas would remain at Baines Middle School and Ridgepoint. And there are 2 planning units north of Highway 6 currently within the Heritage Rose attendance zone. one planning unit we would propose to move to Burton Elementary, and one planning unit we would propose to move to Goodman Elementary, again to relieve Heritage Rows and increase utilization at those buildings. Those areas are currently zoned to Baines, and the original recommendation has them remaining at Baines Middle School. However, the recommendation has those moving to Hightower High School. So all of Burton and Goodman would continue, even with the zoning changes, to all attend at Hightower High School. And that would, again, help balance the utilization between Ridgepoint and Hightower. Next slide. And program impacts. The areas that are currently zoned to Heritage Rows that are north of Highway 6 are also high bilingual student areas. So we would recommend adding a bilingual program to Burton Elementary that would serve the Burton Elementary and Parks Elementary attendance areas, and continue the bilingual programs that currently exist at both Goodman and Heritage Rows. Next slide. Okay, so a lot of data here. Again, the current boundaries without any of these recommendations intact is shown in the top chart. Point out kind of the difference between the actual enrollment and the actual live-in. Heritage Rows, 1,660 students living in the boundary, 1,200 or so actually attending, majority due to the overflow at Scanlon Oaks. Conversely, you can see the roughly 700 students living in the Scanlon Oaks boundary and 1,053 attending that school. And to a lesser degree or a lesser number, same situation between Sienna Crossing and Schiff. So looking at the projections, again, the top chart without any changes, Burton currently projected to be in the 50, mid 40, low 40% with no boundary adjustments. Goodman in the low or high 80s, low 90s. Again, we've touched on Heritage Rows, the explosion of growth planned there, and close to 400% by the end of the 10 years. Leonetti, again, considerable growth, projected to reach above 200%, and showing the need for the new Ferguson Elementary. Sienna Crossing projected to actually, over the course of 10 years, decline slightly, remain just above 100%. And Scanlon Oaks and Schiff, without any proposed boundary changes, especially at Scanlon Oaks, projected decline. So we mentioned go back, Beth. Just wanted to touch on, with those recommended boundary changes, what the impacts to those schools would be. You can see Leonetti in 23-24 would drop from 124% to 82% with the opening of Ferguson. That building, with the projections, would open at around 50% utilization, but knowing the growth planned in those areas by the end of the 10-year would be nearing the 100% mark. Heritage Rows does drop, again, from a live-in standpoint, to 120% in the first year, but then in the next year kind of right back up close to the same level. So the boundary adjustments is kind of offset by the growth. But we do have planned ES 38 at Ferndale Henry and ES 56 in the outer years, which would further relieve that building. We've improved the utilization at both Burton and Goodman. We were looking at a potential future boundary change at Leonetti in the 26-27 school year to increase utilization at Scanlon Oaks. And the boundary changes from Heritage Rose to Schiff put it in a much better utilization range, even approaching 100% by the end of the 10 years, but currently projected to be pretty underutilized in the 50 to 40% range with its current boundary. Next slide. And here again is those same schools with the portable capacity accounted for to show what those utilizations would be. Again, is not the goal to use these portables for the long term, but just kind of showing the additional capacity we have at these buildings. The majority of that being at Heritage Rose and Leonetti, and to a little bit of a lesser degree at Sienna Crossing. Next slide. So here's the map showing those changes. You can see in the red outline, shading and outline, those are areas that are currently Heritage Rose that we would propose to move to Schiff, north of Highway 6 on the southeast kind of edge of the district. One planning unit from Heritage Rose to Burton and one to Goodman. So Heritage Rose's boundary would no longer cross over Highway 6. And and those areas would move to Hightower High School from Ridgepoint as well. And that light blue outline, the two planning units that are currently Leonetti, that the original recommendation would make up the new Ferguson Elementary Zone. Next slide. Okay, moving on to Crawford High School. So again, the primary goals in this area address overutilization of Ridgepoint High School. I would say balance the utilization between Ridgepoint and Hightower High School, and establish a new attendance community for Crawford High School that is opening in the 23-24 school year, again with least amount of disruption for students and programs. So current situation, Ridgepoint is currently operating at 125% utilization. With adding the 15 portable capacity, that utilization is reduced to 96%. Again, that's students in the building. We know there are considerable students that live in that attendance zone that either overflow to Hightower or potentially enroll in the academy at Hightower. So Hightower currently operating at 96% utilization, and with the 7 portables reduced to 84%. And that also, again, does include the overflow students from Ridgepoint and the approximately 200 students that are currently in the academies at that building. Next slide. Okay, so our original recommendations for this area are to establish an attendance community for Crawford High School. We know that Crawford will open with 9th and 10th grade only next year. We touched on some of this a little bit already in the Southeast and Ferguson Elementary areas. Ferguson Elementary and Heritage Rose Elementary, the modified Heritage Rose boundary after the adjustments to Schiff and Burton and Goodman, would feed 100% to Thornton Middle School and Crawford High School. Thornton Middle School would now feed 50% to Ridgepoint High School and 50% to Crawford High School. With the adjustments to the Leonetti attendance area, Leonetti would continue to feed 100% to Thornton, and 90% of Leonetti students would eventually go on to attend Ridgepoint High School, with 10% going to Crawford. And we'll look at this area in more detail, but it is the piece of Leonetti that is south of Siena Parkway, the planning unit that contains the Leonetti Elementary building. That is the current 10% of Leonetti that would be in the original recommendation to go to Crawford to keep that boundary line at Siena Parkway. But we know that that area is projected to grow over time and in the future would represent a larger percentage, I think closer to 30% based on the projections of Leonetti that would go to Crawford High School. And then update the Hightower attendance community, again, to include those areas north of Highway 6 that are currently in Heritage Rows that are recommended to move to Burton and Goodman, which would provide further relief to Ridgepoint High School. Next slide. So here's the current feeder pattern for the Hightower and Ridgepoint high school feeders with Parks, Goodman, and Burton all feeding 100% to Lake Olympia, and Hightower. Palmer, just to point out, does feed 100% to Lake Olympia, but it does represent that 10% of Lake Olympia that does not feed into Hightower. I believe it goes to Elkins. Heritage Rows currently split between Baines and Thornton, with Schiff and Siena Crossing feeding 100% to Baines and Ridgepoint, and Scanlon Oaks and Leonetti currently feeding 100% to Thornton and Ridgepoint. Next slide. So here's the updated proposed feeder patterns with the original recommendation. Again, any of the changes are highlighted in this case with the red boxes or the yellow boxes. This is with, of course, with the addition of a third high school feeder pattern in the area of Crawford. We discussed already Ferguson and the modified Heritage Rows boundary, as well as the portion of Leonetti south of Siena Parkway would feed into Thornton, and that would make up the 50% of Thornton that feeds Crawford. The remaining 90% of Leonetti, as well as Scanlon Oaks, would also feed Thornton, and that would make up the other 50% of Thornton that feeds into Ridgepoint. Schiff and Siena Crossing would be the other elementary feeders into Ridgepoint. They would both feed 100% into Baines. Baines would feed 75% to Ridgepoint. And the change with the Baines feeder is those areas that are north of Highway 6 that are outlined as the 25% of Burton and the 30% of Goodman. Those are the previous Heritage Rows areas that would feed into, that would remain at Baines, and they would represent the 25% of Baines that feeds into Hightower. So the portion of Baines that splits to Hightower would be those new pieces of Goodman and Burton that are north of Highway 6. Next slide. So here again are the numbers using the PASA projections. We kind of already touched on this, but you can, of course, see the major differences in these cases with the 22-23 actual live-in versus the actual enrollment, with the numbers at Hightower being in the neighborhood of 500 students higher and those at Ridgepoint being 560 or so students lower. The projection at Hightower is to decline over the next 10 years from a 78% live-in 22-23 to a 71% in 10 years. But again, knowing that with the academy enrollments from students outside of the boundary, that number will likely be be higher. At Ridgepoint, kind of no surprise, similar to Heritage Rose, the projection is to increase dramatically, currently 147% to within the 10 years 242%. Again, that's assuming all students within the boundary attend that school. So with those boundary changes, you'll notice Crawford in the first year, 23-24, the enrollment is showing as 542. The area we're moving into Crawford contains more students than that, but knowing that it's only going to open with 9th and 10th grade students, we left the 11th and 12th grade students estimated at Ridgepoint. So that's why you see improvement at Ridgepoint in the first year, and further improvement in 24-25 to 110%, knowing that the then 12th graders only would be remaining at that building, and then full implementation in 25-26. Ridgepoint would be under 100%, and it's pretty much projected to stay right around, just above, just below 100% in the 10-year projection with those changes. Knowing that we're only going to open with 9th and 10th at Crawford, that building would open with a low utilization, and that area is projected to grow considerably. So by 2030, so this boundary would kind of grow into the capacity of the building and reach 100% by 2030-31. And we have improved the utilization at Hightower in that top chart. It's kind of in those blue colors for all the years. It would remain in white for all those years. And in the PASA projection, it was kind of touched on where we have, looking at these 3 high school attendance areas, we kind of have almost exactly at the end of 2 years, 100% capacity compared to projections. But, thinking about things like feeders and the size of neighborhoods, we're not necessarily able to balance all 3 of those exactly to 100%, but knowing when you consider things like the Academy of Programs at Hightower, we would hope those would kind of even out a little bit to be closer to those numbers at all 3 buildings. Next slide. And once again, just including the portable capacity. Obviously, there would not be any at Crawford when the building opens, but we do have considerable portable capacity at Ridgepoint and a decent amount as well at Hightower.
Matt, before you start on this slide, I just wanted to share one thing about this area. As you know, as you begin to look at these maps, we reviewed the Ridgepoint, the Crawford, the Hightower feeder patterns, and really looked at leveraging and aligning with that design principle or decision principle, about natural barriers and using Highway 6 on the north and then Sienna Parkway towards the southern portion. But as you know, looking at the map, it's a bit tricky, challenging because of the proximity of the campuses. And so team members, including our own internal staff and collaborative communities, as well as some transportation staff and members of other departments working on this process, rode out there multiple times throughout the communities and had questions of their own, like, that doesn't make sense looking at the map, I want to go right around. And so there's been quite a bit of review of this area, not only in the two-dimensional, but really and truly in experiencing and driving through it. And I've even heard of bicycle riding to campuses to see, proximity and that sort of thing, and time it would take. And so I just wanted to say that because this is going to be even more challenging with the proximity of the 2 facilities in such close proximity to each other. But we kept our goal, and we will emphasize with the SBOC that it's that student-centered approach and really really trying to the greatest extent possible to keep our cohorts of students and our campuses together as they transition from one level to the next. And just wanted to interject that before you continue, Matt. It's back to you.
Great. Thank you, Beth. So this just kind of shows the changes. The red shaded areas and red outline would be the recommended Crawford High School attendance community. It would be made up again of all of the areas that would remain at Heritage Rose after we moved the areas to Schiff and Burton and Goodman. If you might not be able to read it, but on the kind of southwestern edge, not the very bottom planning unit, but those other two, it's 258E and 258F. Those are what would move from Leonetti to Ferguson. So Ferguson would feed 100% to Crawford High School, and that planning unit kind of directly south of the Ridgepoint High School Star, the location of that school that contains both the Thornton facility and the Leonetti facility. That boundary line there is Siena Parkway. That would be the piece of Leonetti that would feed into Crawford. And again, areas north of Highway 6 moving from Ridgepoint to Hightower. Next slide. And then here's just kind of showing what it all looks like, all three boundaries at the end of the day. That, of course, the northern boundary, Hightower, its boundary line would be Highway 6. The updated Ridgepoint High School boundary would include all of what is the updated Schiff boundary with the changes from Heritage Rose, the Siena Crossing boundary, the Scanlon Oaks boundary, and the majority of Leonetti, all of Leonetti that is north of Siena Parkway. And I know that was quite a lot there. I think, Beth, did you want to go through this first or ask questions?
I will just touch on this. It's very brief. I just wanted to draw the trustees' attention and the community back to the change process. And this is the swim lane that just has updated dates since the last time we've met to show where we're headed next. And so later this week, on Thursday, we engage with the SBOC on 2 occasions. They look, all of the SBOC members look at all of what we have shown tonight with even more data associated with that. We try to break it up so they have one night on the northwest area of the district and then another meeting on the southeast so that it's not all in one setting, although I'm sure you all would give reviews that it's riveting information, and it doesn't even seem like it's been this long since we've been presenting it to you this evening. We do try to honor their time and do that. And then from their feedback, we would be coming back to the board to present what we call preliminary report. Were there any changes to the original recommendations, and what is going forward to the public for the public hearing? And then after that, we take all of the feedback from the community and bring you either any updates based on the feedback that we received through the process or the final recommendations. Now, as I've said multiple times before, and I know you know this, but if there's extensive feedback or if there's feedback that leads to extensive changes, then we would need perhaps a longer timeline. And that goes back to the November time period or early fall when we typically begin this work with the original recommendation and will moving forward in the future, so that this process has a longer planning window of time to engage and make changes and come back and forth to the board. But this is where we are now. Also wanted to say one thing just to remind everyone. We have exceeded the high growth scenario, as Ms. Malone stated, and we celebrate every day when we get our updated enrollment and really work towards that 80s celebration that we hope is coming very soon. That data is based on PEAM snapshot, and so that's the last Monday in October. So it's not every day and the numbers that are there, but our PASA data is based on our PEAM snapshot to PEAM snapshot from year to year. So I just wanted to emphasize that and then open it up for questions.
All right. Thank you, Matt. Thank you, Mrs. Martinez. And we'll start with Mrs. Hannon.
Thank you. And the board may not know, but you have some really giant maps that are easier to see. And so I'm looking at the one that we just ended with, the Hightower, Ridgepoint, Crawford map. And, thank you for all of this information. And to Ms. Martinez's point, I actually want to say I do appreciate that weekly we get that attendance update so we can sort of, celebrate with those numbers because they just keep going up. So thank you for getting those to us. So back to this map. My first question, and it may be in here and I'm just not processing it. What is in this recommendation, what is the total number of students shifting from Ridgepoint to Crawford in the transition for next year? Because we're focusing on freshmen. Is that correct?
It's
Current
incoming freshmen, so current freshmen, yes.
Current.
Incoming freshmen and rising 10th graders. So next year it would be 9th and 10th grade students.
So it's rising freshmen, rising sophomore.
Correct.
Okay. And so how many, does that question make sense? How many
does.
of those are
Yeah.
we shifting?
Matt, can you answer that, please?
Yes, I can. So in the area that we're moving to Crawford, which all comes from the current Ridgepoint attendance zone, as you may know, the projections from PASA are summed by grade level. So here's how many 9 through 12 students are going to be in that area. It's not split out by 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th. So what we did was, in that area, there were, I think it's 1,084 students, and we just assumed that half of those were 9th and 10th graders. So we're showing 542 students, that would actually attend at Crawford, and the other half would remain at Ridgepoint. Does that make sense?
So for next year, the combination of rising freshman and rising sophomore at Crawford would be 542?
That's correct.
Is that correct?
And now that's a plus or minus, as he said, right? It's an estimate. And given the ability for the cap and overflow students who are currently attending Hightower to return to Ridgepoint and come over to Crawford, that we'll be able to welcome them back to Ridgepoint, and that's where the choice will be. So if students who are at Hightower are not wanting to come back to Ridgepoint and want to finish out at Hightower, that may change the Ridgepoint numbers slightly. But the Crawford students rising 9th and 10th would be coming over to Crawford.
Okay, and how do you
live in that zone?
Do you survey the students, or how do you make plans for what that looks like?
Yes, it is surveying and having a process in place through our student affairs department that handles our transfers. Not that it would necessarily be a transfer to come back, but we've worked with them in the past to be able to assess the students who do want to come back to the campus after cap and overflow and that sort of thing, so that we can staff accordingly.
Okay, and I appreciate earlier you talked about really how there have been boots on the ground, bicycles rolling down the street. But is there any way, and I want to be clear, I'm sure you're not telling me rising freshman and rising sophomore, but the total number of students in 258E and 258F that are currently live-in zoned to Ridgepoint?
Yes. So in 258E, current 2022-23 high schoolers living in that planning unit is 127, and in 258F it's 36, and by the end of the 10-year projection in 258E it is projected to be 270. And in 258F, it is projected to be 435.
Thank you very much, Matt. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you, Madam
Oh,
President.
sorry, I didn't have a mic.
But
Thank you, Ms. Hannon. Mr. Hamilton?
Yep. Thank you. So I think I may have asked this last week, but forgive me if I did. I forgot what the answer was. So looking at Heritage Rose, do we have a plan currently or yet for what the overflow school would be if it's necessary? So with the portables, we're looking at 100%.
So for Heritage Rose, they earlier this year were capped and overflowed to Scanlon Oaks, and we were able to end that for newly enrolling students and keeping those Heritage Rose students who were cap and overflow at Scanlon Oaks. We project that we will be able to continue to receive new student enrollment, and we will, of course, assess as we move in the next few weeks or month or so before implementation what that looks like for the current cap and overflow students with the number of fifth graders leaving and how many are still there or not, whether or not we can house them all at Heritage Rose coming back.
Okay. Thank you.
I'm sorry?
As you can see, we're also moving students out of Heritage Rose into Burton and Goodman to better utilize those campuses.
Right.
So that makes a big impact as well.
Yeah, that gives us space, additional space at Heritage Rose that we don't have this year to send the students back.
Yep. Okay, thank you. And Mrs. Hannon mentioned this last week, and it kind of later clicked that I think what you were asking made a little more sense to me, or it made even more sense to me, maybe I should say. So I think that the 258 E, F, and B, there's a decent chunk of those three units that are within the 2-mile radius to Ridgepoint. And so I know a lot of people have been, when they have bought homes in Siena, they've been acting based on the rule that we've had in place to do the best they can to get within that 2-mile bus route radius, or bus route driving distance, I should say. I think we should stop using the radius word, and then I just used it. So the 2-mile bus route distance, and so those families who have bought there specifically to go to Ridgepoint, some of them are now being rezoned. So I don't know if there's a way to possibly, at least within the 2-mile bus route distance, keep those zoned to Ridgepoint and possibly look at, this is where Mrs. Hannon mentioned the 245A, possibly those at the north end of the Ridgepoint zone. They're about the same distance, I think, from both Ridgepoint and Crawford. And as a Siena resident, Siena is a great place to live, and Siena Parkway is not a great place to drive, so especially in the school traffic. So it might be better from a transportation perspective for them to go 6 to 521 to Crawford rather than Siena Parkway and sit in traffic for a long time in the morning. So something to think about there.
Thank you. Just remembering, too, that one of the, we're trying to relieve Ridgepoint to the best ability over the short and long term. So it's a challenge. So thank you. We'll bring that.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Hamilton. Mrs. Day?
Thank you, Madam Malone. So actually, first, I wanted to also, I had a similar concern about 258E and F. I think I want to thank Matt for the numbers. I think because the projection numbers, the growth in those two areas, maybe that's probably, I'm guessing, maybe you can confirm, that's probably you can't hear me. Okay, sorry. Can you hear me now? Sorry.
Yes.
I'll rephrase my question. So I have similar concerns with Ms. Hannon and Mr. Hamilton regarding to 258E and F, but I want to thank Matt for his answer because I'm just based on this discussion, I guess the concerns is the growth in those two areas for projection, like student increase. That's probably, but again, I think for SBOC, when they have a discussion or even when we communicate to the community, I think it's important to have that conversation. to see. Okay, so that's one. And another thing is, so based on the new boundary, can you confirm, based on this chart, we are currently have 4 elementary school will be zoned to Thornton. Is that correct? Right? We're going to have Ferguson, Heritage Rose, Scadden, and Leonetti. 4 elementary school will be zoned to Thornton.
That is correct. Scanlon Oaks, Leonetti, Heritage Rose, Ferguson. Keep in mind, we know we'll need another middle school in that area, and so there will be further planning around the attendance zones for an additional middle school to relieve within that entire southeast portion of the district.
Yes, so because I'm looking at this PASA data from today, looks like Thornton it's really overcrowded, but as Ben's, it seems like a little bit better. So I'm gonna mention this maybe for SBOC when they have a discussion. Maybe they can look at that number, because building the new middle school is going to be a while, right? So I just want to bring it up for maybe a little bit more discussion. So thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Day. Ms. Hannon?
Yes, I'm sorry. I didn't ask another question, but it's regarding Heritage Rose and the section. Let me refer to the page. I think it's 70. Well, it's 73 in my packet. So let me tell you what it is. It's It's the. I don't know, Matt. Can you? It's the. There you go. Thank you. So the Heritage Rose in blue on this map, it says south of Highway 6 moves to Schiff. Is this area the area south of Highway 6, or is this north of Highway 6, the blue area?
The blue area is north. I'm wondering if you're talking about the elementary, this right here.
Yeah, I'm backtracking.
Talking about
from
245A, the specific one, triangle Mr. Hamilton pointed out.
Right.
And that's the one that's moving to Schiff.
Okay, and so that is north of Highway 6, though? I guess I'm just
That's
confused.
south.
It's south. That's
South is
actually-
going to Schiff, north is going to
Okay,
Burton.
so it's not this whole blue area that's going. I'm looking at the one that he has on the screen.
Somehow we've lost Matt.
Yes.
So just so you know, yes, the area there that's the triangles, that moves over to Schiff, and that is south of Highway 6. The portion
Okay,
in
so
blue.
the red area. Okay, thank you. I was just not understanding. And then my follow-up to that is, so for the students that are moving from Heritage Rose all the way to Schiff, and Schiff doesn't have a bilingual program, and so are we accounting for the number of those kids who won't, even though they live in these two areas south, are most of these not in the bilingual program?
So if they were and they needed services, they would still be at Heritage Rose in the bilingual program.
Okay, they would
They would
so
be able to
they would
access the
not leave
program.
Heritage Rose.
Correct.
Okay.
They would stay
and
in the
so
program.
is that something that programmatically, as part of the decision principles, is that shared with the SBOC, so they know how many kids would actually or approximately be going and how many would be staying?
Yes.
So
we
they
can share
understand that.
information.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you very much.
Great question. Thank you. All right. And I just have a couple of comments, and more so just for the SBOC, which really you guys have already covered. It's like you could have been in my head. But I share the sentiments and the concern of the 2 miles. And but I understand, and I shared that previously when we discussed this. And I know that this is very, very, very difficult. and yes, with proximity, as Mrs. Martinez already mentioned, that it's extremely challenging. And I myself got in the car too and checked it out. This is not easy. So SBOC, have fun. That I appreciate your efforts. And with that, I want to leave him with a positive, though. And Mr. Fickle is here this evening, and I just know that with these proposed changes that we have a phenomenal leader who is ready to take the helm at Crawford High School, and he will serve those kids. And it is going to be a campus that everybody wants to go to. And I believe that with my heart of hearts, knowing what he's done historically and how he has been an incredible middle school principal previously, what he's already doing at Thornton currently, and how he's engaging those kids, that I understand my phone's going nuts and emails because people are concerned, but just trust and know that you have a man of integrity and strong leadership who is excited to open up that campus and who's going to do phenomenal things for that area. And with that, SBOC, thank you again for your hard work. This isn't easy. This one is extremely difficult, but we look forward to seeing what you guys come up with. And for now, guys, it's been 3 hours and 5 minutes, so we're going to take a short 10-minute recess. Thank you.
So we done with this?
Hello, how you doing, officer? Without equipment.
Okay, the time is 9:18 p.m. and we are back in open session, and we're going to move on to our review section of the board book, and we'll start with item A. Review international travel during the summer of 2023 by Clements High School and Travis High School students to participate in the 2023 German-American Partnership Program, GAP, in Germany. Do we have any discussion? Yes, Mrs. Hannon.
Yes, if staff could just clarify for me, I know I sent questions. I can't remember if I sent it through SharePoint or directly. Just to clarify, one of the trips, and my understanding, is fully funded by parent or guardian, the trip to Germany, and the Japan trip is partially funded by parent or guardian. Am I understanding this correctly? And I just wanted to also then ask about when board approves a trip, what is the district liability?
Hello. Good evening. Yes, ma'am. So you're correct. Both trips are student funded, so the students are paying for their way to go, airfare and travel, and then we're asking them to bring a little bit extra money for unforeseen expenses, meals, and any kind of touristy kind of things that they want to purchase. Is that what you're asking about? Is how are the students getting there?
No, I just wanted to be clear that these are self-funded.
This is zero cost to the district.
Okay. And then as far as liability goes?
Liability, so we have, we purchased general medical insurance and liability insurance as a package for the group going. And then when you're talking about district liability, there's a permission form that we send out, and that's part of the student parent agreement, where there's a waiver on the back of it that's basically waiving us of liabilities. It's a standard form that we brought about, I believe, in 2017 from our legal department.
Okay. And then my final question is, how do campuses determine if it's something that comes to the board or if they do a trip separate from the district? Is that this is with my governance hat because I don't know the answer to it, and I'm wondering, do we have policy that?
So there are some
that makes the determination whether they do it one way or the other?
The international piece is what requires the board approval. Any international student travel requires board approval.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Hannon. Dr. Gilliam?
Thank you. I just have one question. For the German-American Partnership Program in Germany, it has, while in Germany, students will reside in host homes for about half the trip and in hotels for the other. What type of liability do we have with students going to a host home rather than a hotel?
That's what that form covers, is it releases us. The parents are aware of the homes that they're going to be staying in. They're aware that it's going to be host homes. And so as we fill out that form, and the waiver releases us from that liability. So we really, in essence, don't have any.
Okay.
Well, okay.
And these trips have been going on for.
Oh no, I know.
Yeah.
I don't think I've heard of a host family to where we are allowing students. So I'm very familiar with this. So this has happened over and over before.
Dr. Emily, aren't they screened? Are the host families? Do you all, I believe, meet with them in advance? I'm thinking about what we did with Foshan China, but I'm not absolutely sure here. But I would assume that we are having contact, information, expectations, understanding the conditions of the home and what it looks like, how many people are in it. Am I correct? And maybe
yes. In
I'm
addition,
seeing heads nod. But
yeah, we've asked and we've invited staff from Travis and Clements, the staff members who are sponsors, who have experience with this trip, and they're here and they're available to answer any specific questions about what the trip would look like. Because in this exchange program, we would be receiving students from Germany in the spring, and the one in Japan, it will be in the following year. So we have some experience in the past with the Germany program, and the one for Japan, we're going to try to launch it, and that's another partnership that we're trying to start. But I'm just happy to have the members from the team that have been working really hard to provide this opportunity to our students, and they're here. So if they can come up to the podium, and if there's any specific questions that you want to ask about what this exchange experience would look like, I know they have the experience and the expertise to share that information.
All I wanted to know was, it's 2022. Is this an exchange? I see exchange for the Japan Student Exchange Program. I saw that as exchange. I saw this as a partnership, so that's why I asked about that. But
Yes,
I'm very okay with, that's why I asked about that.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Gilliam. Mrs. Day?
So I really appreciate both Ms. Hannan and Dr. Gilliam's question, because liability is always a very important piece of any international travel. I just want to share. Actually, when my family lived in France, we did, as a host family, we hosted students from here. So I really appreciate all the work you put into there to make this possible for the students. And I'm very excited for all the students for these opportunities, because I believe, I'm the person who really believe traveling will give those students the things they cannot learn in the classroom or even in the U.S. So I'm very excited, and I will thank you for all of you for this hard work. And I do know quite some students who went through comments, and then they participate those programs, and they benefit for life. So thank you. Thanks again.
Thank you, Ms. Day. Mr. Hamilton?
Yes, I share that excitement. And since you're here and you're at the podium, can you give us just a quick little summary of the trips?
Due to cost, the German trip's going to be much shorter this year, and for fear of, a pandemic hitting again, because we had to unbook everything in 2020. So it's going to be a 2.5-week trip, maybe 3 weeks, depending on flight cost. Fly to our host family, stay there for 2 weeks, and then go to one city, the castle, and fly home. That's it, and have fun.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Hamilton.
Just also, I'd like to encourage us to try to share the information that you've learned through the process of planning this throughout the district. Hopefully we can have more opportunities like this at all 11 high school campuses. I think that'd be great.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Hamilton. And I'd like to thank you all as well. I know a lot of hard work goes into it. I myself did exchange as a child. And as Ms. Day mentioned, the knowledge that you get, it's stuff that you just can't pull out of a textbook, or it's the textbooks coming to life and having those experiences with people. And so what you're giving these kids is invaluable and life-changing. And so I greatly appreciate your passion and dedication for staying here till 9:26 p.m. to make this happen and be here to answer questions. So thank you, and safe travels and Godspeed on your trips. Seeing no questions on this one, let's move on to item B, review international travel during the summer of 2023 by Clements High School students to participate in the 2023 Chiba City Japan Student Exchange Program. Do we have any discussion? Seeing none, let's move on to item C, review minutes for approval of the following Fort Bend ISD Board of Trustees meetings: November 8th, 2022, December 5th, 2022, and December 12th, 2022. Do we have any discussion? Mrs. Hannan.
And forgive me, I don't recall which of the minutes it is. I had just asked a clarifying question about the two gentlemen that paid the lunch debt. And if we could just make sure the minutes reflect who paid what. It's unclear in the minutes. It may be the December.
Do you mean from Dr. Whitbeck's update?
12th,
From the
yes.
superintendent update?
Yes. Oh, it's an update, so it doesn't matter.
It was included in Dr. Whitbeck's update, so that's why I don't think you'll see it in the minutes.
It is in the minutes.
It is? Okay.
Yes. It is in the minutes. So.
Then we'll add the names.
All right, great.
Names are there, it's just not clear who paid for what.
Hey, we spelled a kid's name wrong. You got to spell Marshall High School's quarterbacks. You got to get his name right. It's Jordon. Jordan. Come on.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Hannan. Thank you, Mr. Hamilton. Do we have any additional modifications that are needed? Nope. Seeing none, let's move on to item D, review resolutions forms to add Shannon South, Director of Finance, as an authorized signer with 3 investment pools. Do we have any discussion? Seeing none, we'll move on to item E, review revisions to the policy DHE local. And for this one, I'd like to invite Mr. Colby Wilbanks to give us just a quick, brief overview and explain the policy. Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you, President Malone, Dr. Whitbeck, and board. Tonight you have one policy revision for you. That is policy DHE local. That is employee searches, specifically alcohol and drug-related testing included in that policy. The revisions are essentially to adjust the reasonable suspicion testing. This policy was last updated in 2016, right? And so over the time, reasonable suspicion is the name of the game when we talk searches in schools. And that's our standard is reasonable suspicion. And in review, we found some language in the policy that could potentially be misunderstood, and so we wanted to clarify that language. That language is simply in the board book. There's a section on page 112 and 113 of your board book towards the end of that policy. That section was moved to the beginning because it's generally talking about all employee reasonable suspicion drug and alcohol testing, and we clarified that language about how we determine whether reasonable suspicion exists. That's the clarification. That major structural change, moving that section to the beginning, is why you see what appears to be a new section at the beginning. It really is the section from the end being moved to the beginning, and the language adjusted there. I'd be happy to answer any questions you guys may have regarding that policy.
Thank you, Mr. Wilbanks. Do we have any discussion or questions? Nope. Your explanation was thorough, and we're ready to move along. Thank you, sir. All right. Next item is item F, review the use of 2018 bond program contingency as proposed. And then we have item G as proposed. Item F, do we have any discussion? Mr. Garcia?
That's interesting.
Yes. The heater. Mr. Garcia.
Sorry about that. I'm trying to find my notes.
So if it's just the contingency, I think G is the HVAC.
Oh, is it G? Okay, well, so what I was interested to find out on the HVAC, and I was trying to find where I read it, it said that the heating system is completely gone out. Does that mean that there's no heat at Lake Olympia, or is there on some sort of backup? When I read that, I was like, well, that can't be right.
Well, so the heating system is in place. What's difficult to do now is to control the heating system.
Oh, the control system.
And so the upgrade from the pneumatic to the DDC is so that we can automatically do it instead of having to adjust manually.
So you're having so you're having to adjust manually there instead of from the district. I got you. Okay.
Yes, sir.
No further questions. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Carolina. Thank you, Mr. Garcia. All right. Moving on to item G, review proposed purchases exceeding $50,000. Specifically for item number 1, review the use of 2018 bond program contingency for a project budget to perform the necessary repairs and upgrades needed at Lake Olympia Middle School, PKG 060, for a total amount of $810,000. Approval of a professional services agreement with Infrastructure Associates not to exceed the amount of $60,000. Utilization of bond 2018 contingency funds, and authorization for the superintendent to negotiate and execute or terminate the agreement. Do we have any discussion? We kind of already discussed this. So we'll move on to item 2, seeing none. Review the purchase of band uniforms and related items for Crawford High School in an amount not to exceed $78,500, and authorization for the superintendent to negotiate and execute the agreement through May of 2025. Do we have any discussion? Mrs. Hannon.
Yes, thank you. So I just want to clarify, the 78,500, is that number, because it's through 2025, so would that be for full band through seniors? I mean, is this the cost of outfitting a full band?
Yes, it
Does
is.
that make sense,
It
Mr.?
is.
Okay.
Yes, it's 225 uniforms.
Okay.
So that's the projected size of the band after, all 4 grades are there.
Okay, so some of those just go into storage.
Correct.
Okay. But you do go ahead and buy them all.
Yes.
Is that what I'm understanding?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Hannon. I have Mr. Drew. Just one quick question from myself, and that's regarding the cycle. So if I recall correctly, we cycle from high school to high school on who's getting a new band uniform. And so my question is, where does that leave them in the cycle? Because with just, opening with only freshmen and sophomores, we'll have all of these essentially new uniforms in storage. So I was curious if that was in consideration with where they, I guess, get placed in that cycle.
So the band uniforms are on a 10-year rotation. So in 10 years, they will be ready for new uniforms. And granted, some of those uniforms may only get worn 8 or 9 years, but they wear out pretty. By year 10, we're ready for new uniforms.
10 years, fair enough.
Yeah.
All right. Seeing no further, Ms. Hanna, do you have additional comments? No? Okay. Seeing no further discussion, we'll move on to item number 3, review the purchase of fine arts consultant and clinician services from multiple vendors, not to exceed $3 million, and authorization for the superintendent to negotiate and execute the agreements through January of 2028. Do we have any discussion? Mrs. Hanna, please.
Thank you. So, looking at the 5-year, this agreement would be through 2028, and I feel like I'm not picking on fine arts, but we seem to approve very big budget requests at almost every month. And so when I'm looking at last year's expenditure for these clinicians and consultants, which include, it looked like tailors for uniforms, lights for theater, dance, it was a whole host of things. But what I guess I'm asking is, I know this board is going to have to approve a budget coming up in, this semester. And when I look at $3 million, I'm concerned about where we're finding the budget cuts, the $47 million, and maybe you're not the person to answer this. So I guess my question to you is, are we cutting in fine arts? Are we making cuts in fine arts? I know that's a tough question to ask and put people on the spot, but I think everybody understands my question, right? We have a very big deficit that we're addressing, but yet this amount isn't. It looks to me like we're proceeding as usual with the expenditures.
So I would like to clarify, if I may. So one of the things associated with this is, keep in mind, when you approve this amount, or you make this approval, you're authorizing the Fine Arts Department to engage with the listed contractors in an amount up to $3 million. You're not actually approving a $3 million budget. So each year, as departments, including Fine Arts, go through the process of putting together their budget and constraining it with what we have available, they will determine what they need within that year and establish the budget. And so this allows us to spend up to $3 million, but it doesn't necessarily mean that we would, given our current financial constraints. And so what we've looked at is, what have we expended historically? What new campuses do we anticipate opening? And based what our expected expenditure would be, so that we're not having to constantly come back to the board and say, you just approved a contract for this amount, and yet we're asking for more authorization to spend with these vendors. The actual budget would be set at the department level on an annual basis, approved by the board. And so, again, what this is doing is establishing us and allowing us to spend with the vendors listed up to $3 million. I'm going to interject one other item in there that you may recall from when we bring forward instructional materials. Next year, more than likely, there will be additional clinicians identified. When those clinicians are brought forward for inclusion into this list, we don't increase the actual amount requested for expenditure on the $3 million. We just add them to that, and we can continue to spend within that. Again, you're providing us with authorization to spend up to $3 million, but we still have to do it within the confines of the budget. So again, Mr. Drew will have to go through the process this year of determining how much of this that was authorized by the board for expenditure can actually be done within the budget that he has established.
Okay, so that feels a little confusing to me, but I appreciate your attempt at explaining it to me. No, I actually understand it, but the confusing part to me is, why are we approving that much if we don't have that much in the budget? In the forecasted budget, which I know over the 2-year forecast I've seen doesn't look very positive. So that is a little bit my point. So let me ask another question. Do any of these clinicians or consultants, are they paid $50,000 or more?
Well, the aggregate is more than $50,000, which is what triggered the RFP.
Right, but do any of the specific clinicians or consultants actually, they would invoice us for $50,000 or more? And the reason I'm asking is, if they are, should we not approve those vendors separately? Or is that not how that would have to be done?
So that is one option. And what we would have to do is to go back and look specifically to see if there were any specific of these vendors that were paid over $50,000. My gut would tell me probably not, which is why they were aggregated together, because typically we would bring those that are large like that to the board. These are more than likely going to be under that $50,000 threshold, but we can provide that information prior to the board meeting next week.
Okay. So I want to recognize that and thank our fine arts staff, and because people do come here for our band and our orchestra programs and what we offer through fine arts. So, I hope my questions aren't perceived as not supporting this program, but I feel a very heavy weight on my shoulders, as I'm sure you do too, with our finances. And so that is where my question comes, because it's getting harder and harder for, my heart when I push these buttons for yes and no. So thank you very much. I appreciate it.
So could I just make a couple of points?
Please.
Currently, until this is hopefully approved at the next board meeting, we've been operating under contracts. I think we call them master service agreements. To my knowledge, we've not executed any master service agreement over $50,000. Okay, so I would say no at this point. No vendor has gotten paid. No single vendor has gotten paid over $50,000.
Okay.
My other point is that this $3 million is aggregate for the next 5 years. So we're talking a little over $50,000 per year. I'm sorry, a little over $500,000 per year, and that includes not only the things that the Fine Arts Department pays for, but the campuses individually also pay for some clinicians through fundraising and other things, campus budgets as well. So this $3 million isn't solely through the Fine Arts Department, but it also comes from campus-based budgets and fundraising as well.
So some of this $3 million is dispersed to campuses for them for discretionary use this type of thing?
Yes, some of this authorization to spend on these clinicians will be used by the campuses. For example, a high school musical. High school musicals are generally funded solely through ticket sales from the previous year. And however, they have to use consultants for choreography and pit orchestra and all those kinds of things. So they would be using this list, for example.
Okay, and so as you said, it's 5 years, which would be about $500,000 a year. And last year it was, I think, $415,000 and change or something like that. So I understand inflation, but we're actually, and I know it's contingent, they don't have to spend that much, but we are saying we could possibly spend more for the next 5 years than we actually spent last year. So anyway, thank you for listening and helping me understand. I do appreciate it. I really do.
Also, if you don't mind, just two other points. If you look at the number of vendors overall, and I just did some quick math, it's be about $5,500 per vendor. Okay, and just if it's all just spread out equally. But the other important point is, and one of the things that Jim was getting at, was that the activity funds are also one of the sources. It's not just the general fund; it's the activity funds and the fundraising that's done at the campuses. So that's one of the sources of the funds as well.
But the fundraising is not part of this.
No, it
$3
is.
million.
That's activity fund money that
it
goes into
But it's
the
not money
spending.
that has been raised by Booster Club or. Yes, it is.
Could be.
Okay.
I don't think that part was clear, gentlemen. I think that needs to be readdressed. I don't think I think spell out the $3 million and exactly where that's coming from for the board.
Yes, that would be helpful. Thank you, because I didn't understand that any of this was donated booster fund. I thought this was coming directly from budget.
Ms. Hannon, if I may, the reason, as Mr. Bassett just said, these individual clinicians aren't paid over $50,000. And so you could think, well, why is this even coming to the board? Okay? It's coming to the board because we look at them in procurement analysis in the aggregate, right? And so because it's in the aggregate, the analysis is within we need to put it out for an RFP, and then we need to bring that to the board. The funding source could be general fund or it could be activity fund. But the approval process, so that this is how we're spending in this category, doesn't change. Does that help?
A little bit.
Okay.
I do appreciate Dr. Whitbeck saying this.
Yeah, I'm not saying we
Clarity
couldn't
could
provide
help
more
me
detail.
understand what pocket of money that this comes from.
Hey, I think those are great questions, Ms. Hannon. Thank you. And finances are really, a current concern for all of us. I have one question, though, that wasn't asked. Other than that, you pretty much covered it, and that is the 5-year term. And so when I look at this, my question, and I know I've asked this till I'm like blue in the face, but is why 5 years? And the reason I ask why 5 years specifically on this is I'm looking at all of these vendors, and I think back and I look at some of our dance, what are they, the leaders, I guess, or, in charge of the band directors, dance directors, et cetera, and they're Fort Bend grads, right? And then I think about all of these students who are going off into school and who maybe go to a dance and performing arts school, and they come back and they're amazing choreographers. And here we have a contract for 5 years, and how often are we really revisiting this to address that talent pool who maybe Crawford High School gets a new director and they know of someone who they've worked with before and they think would be phenomenal talent to add value to their band. How do these directors then expand the reach of talent and pool when we're essentially locking them in for 5 years?
So that's a great question. And so this is the first iteration of this RFP. Actually, we'll be bringing a supplemental list over the next 3 months of additional vendors. So it's hard to get people used to a new thing. So we've been doing these master services agreements. Now we're doing an RFP. So it's taken us a while to get all the vendors that we want on the list to go into Bonfire and fill out the paperwork. Okay. So we're bringing supplemental lists next month, March, May. And then after that, each year, probably about 2 to 3 times a year, we will do another supplemental bid to add more vendors to this list. So by the end of the 5 years, we'll have a pretty healthy list of vendors, and then we get to do it all over again.
And to clarify on that, that was the point I was making earlier. As we add the vendors to the list, the aggregate expense of $3 million does not change. And so we're still limited to that, but the depth of the number of contractors that we have available becomes much more robust for the campuses, so they have more options to choose from rather than the current list. But to Mr. Drew's point, we bring supplements forward. Even with our curriculum and instruction materials, we'll typically bring that forward on an annual basis to make sure we're including the most relevant information or relevant vendors and keeping those available to our campuses.
Okay, I appreciate that because I really don't want us to limit the talent pool. And then can you just clarify, to piggyback on what Ms. Hannon asked, as far as budget sources, and I heard Dr. Gilliam over here, so I'm trying to make sure I understand activity funds. Can you define the source of activity funds for me, please?
So when students do fundraising events, and it doesn't necessarily have to be selling candy bars, it could be ticket sales. Like for High School Musical, typically what happens is you sell tickets to your production, you bank that money, and you use that money for next year's musical. Well, that requires, that's a fundraising activity. So the money that's used for the production the following year has to follow, when consultant services are procured, they have to use this RFP, even through activity account. Now, this doesn't, boosters are not activity. Boosters are their own organization, and they have their own fundraising, and, you know, they spend their money separately from the school district. They're their own entity, obviously under our supervision, but they're their own entity.
And one point of clarification I would add to what Mr. Drew just said is that each campus has their own activity fund, and so any ticket sales for Clements High School are associated with Clements High School and would only be used for productions at their campus. Likewise, at Ridge Point, Hightower, Willow Ridge, what have you. Those funds are specifically associated with that campus and can't be used for other campuses.
Okay. And I know that we have 3 campuses opening, so obviously there's going to be some cost with some of that. But can you tell us, Mr. Gwynn, regarding general fund and activity fund, what percentage of the $3 million is coming from the general fund?
We can provide that information before the next board meeting, what the breakout would be on what we've expended from the roughly $415,000 from prior years.
Perfect. Thank you, sir. And Ms. Day, I believe you have a question too.
Yeah, so no, I want to thank, I'm sorry, I'm having trouble. Ms. Hannon and Ms. Maloney, I think I'm getting too tired, for their questions. And I think we all share similar sentiment because we're sitting here proving budget with big numbers. Well, we kind of know we're in kind of like, deficit. So I think we just wanted to emphasize it's not we're not supporting the programs, we are, but we just have to be very careful what we're approving will really actually benefit the students, and also come to the fund, general fund. I know you're not spending today like $3 million, right? But the thing is we are in our head, that $3 million has already gone from the general fund or activity fund, has its purpose, right? It's so that's the reason. I just want to, to let people know, and also people who is watching, to know our intention is really use the money more careful, since we do have this kind of, fight we need to fight. So, and also we want to more focus on academic education, and to use the money really will benefit the student. I just want to clarify that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Day. I appreciate that. And thank you, Mr. Drew, for all that you do. All right.
There was one question about whether or not fine arts was making cuts. And so to address that, the fine arts team has been looking at their budgets, looking at efficiency opportunities for the upcoming year. So they're going through the same process as all the other departments to try to figure out how we can be more financially responsible. But at the same time, the fine arts team has also experienced cuts in the past, and they're always trying to figure out ways to continue to provide this high-level experience for our students with the money that they do have available. So I know there is a challenge to make sure that we have excellence in our fine arts with limited funds, but we want to try to make sure that as we prioritize our funding, that we're really trying to make sure that the students get the best experience in those opportunities at the same time. So it is a challenge in the fine arts department to do that, and they've been doing that over the past few years. So right now you might see some of the requests for some spending over time, but then there are other areas in which they had to reduce and that they continue to manage as well.
Thank you, Dr. Mensah. Appreciate your clarification and push for excellence in fine arts while being fiscally responsible. Thank you, sir. All right, we're going to move on to item number 4, review the continued purchase of pianos and related items from the Clavier Group in an amount not to exceed $200,000 and authorization for the superintendent to negotiate and execute the agreement through August of 2023. Do we have any discussion? Mrs. Day. All right, seeing none, let's move on to item number 5. Review the continued purchase of keys, locks, hardware, safes, and related services from the various cooperative contracts in an amount not to exceed $900,000 and authorization for the superintendent to negotiate and execute all agreements through April of 2027. Do we have any discussion? Seeing none, we'll move on to item number 6, review the continued purchase of compressed natural gas from CNG for America, Inc., in an amount not to exceed $2,750,000 and authorization for the superintendent to negotiate and execute the agreement through January of 2028. Do we have any discussion? Seeing none, we'll move on to item number 7. Review the continued purchase of LAN/WAN wireless network equipment and services from NetSync Network Solutions in an amount not to exceed $56,580,050 and authorization for the superintendent to negotiate and execute the agreements through June of 2028. Do we have any discussion? I got this one. Okay. Mr. Garcia.
Do we know on the funding source, it says bond, federal, general funds, is there any sort of breakdown at this time on that? We don't really know how much we're going to be spending.
Well, we do, and that's but the basis for the bond, the next bond, upcoming bonds are the majority of the expenditure.
Okay, that's what I was going to
The
ask.
general fund usually pick up the consumables, stuff like the interfaces that fail, that we have to replace. And so those are consumable stuff that we do use the general fund for.
So this is going to be a majority bond 2023 item?
Yes, sir.
That's what I was going to get at. I wasn't sure if it was some from contingency, from general, so I appreciate you clarifying that for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Garcia. Okay, Mr. Pham, I struggle with this one. And the reason why is there was one vendor that replied to the RFP that has me perplexed, to put it lightly, especially when we're talking $56 million for networking in Houston, Texas.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you help me understand why we only have one vendor response on a potential revenue stream of a company for $50+ million?
So I will attempt to answer it first, and then I could ask Doris to come up and assist in answering. We do submit this bid through the USAC, which is run a management arm of the Federal Communication Commission. This is the E-rate program that we are participating, and they require for us to submit it through a portal that allows everyone on the national registry, their national registry, to bid on. In addition to that, I do believe that we extend the invitation to local as well. Correct me if I'm wrong, Doris. I think it's to 17 vendors. And not everybody can handle the size of the projects that we're asking. They have to be a Cisco VAR, which is value-added reseller, that can handle this amount of equipment that we're proposing to acquire for them to assemble in terms of inventory as well as staging, etc. And so these are gold value, I do believe gold tier VAR that Cisco have. And to our surprise, only one vendor replied. It has been for the last couple of years. Before that, we only had two. One is Presidio and NetSync. We don't know why others don't reply to or submit their their bids, but this is all that we got coming back from the USAC people. So Doris?
Well, and there were 33 vendors who downloaded it, so there were more that had an opportunity to bid and chose not to.
That is correct.
Yeah, but that I guess that's where in lies my concern. So I'm curious how the RFP was written. Was it written in a way that it would slant towards a particular vendor? I can't I'm just going to tell you why I said perplexed, to put it lightly, and it's because I'm talking $50 million.
That's correct.
And $50 million for most companies is a source of revenue that they would love to recognize. And I just sit here and wonder and in awe when I know that there are many Cisco firms out there that have the capacity to handle clients such as Fort Bend ISD, and why I'm trying to understand in my own brain, which I don't understand, why they're not responding. I don't know this system that you're talking about.
Yeah, so it is a federal system that we have to submit in order to qualify for E-rate reimbursement.
Okay, so here's my next question. Mr. Garcia asked as far as the source of funding, and he referred to bond of 2023 as being part of the source of the funding. So would it not behoove us to potentially reopen that bid so that we could potentially receive more responses and make sure, given the plight of Fort Bend ISD and the financial concerns that we have, to make sure we have the most competitive offer out there?
We could, however, we will be missing an E-rate submittal window that's coming up in February, late February. Once we miss that, we miss it for the entire year.
Yes,
ma'am.
Can I just add
Please.
that this is an E-rate eligible bid, and because it's an E-rate eligible bid, most of these vendors are pre-qualified through the federal government, and some of them are also, they have strict rules. And so all vendors are not able to bid on E-rate qualified bids or E-rate eligible bids. And that's why most E-rate bids, we will have limited vendors responding to the solicitation.
Okay, do you know how many E-rate companies or qualified companies there are for this particular code?
I couldn't find that information on their website, even if I log into, because basically that's a list that I do not believe that they publish.
I thought University of Houston has a group that that has access to that information with the federal government.
We advertised or we published the solicitation on the USAC website or the, I believe it's called the, on the productivity, E-rate productivity center, and that's the portal for the federal government. We did advertise it on there in addition to advertising on our bidding portal as well. And that's a national website where vendors actually would log in to view bids.
Okay. With your expertise, do you have any reason or understanding on why we only received one response out of the entire United States?
Historically, we've always received one or two responses for this solicitation.
Okay.
And just to reiterate on that, part of the reason for those responses is all those vendors who are responding because we're receiving a federal rebate, they have to be pre-qualified. And so I think the question that you asked, Ms. Malone, is that how many vendors are there? And we can look to see if we can get that information. But what I would say is that pool is somewhat shallow based on the requirements that those vendors are having to meet from the federal perspective.
And for this particular bid, it is a Cisco bid, and not all of the vendors are Cisco vendors as well.
Right, yeah. My question on the vendors would be, are they Cisco qualified, and how many are they E-rate qualified as well?
Yes, they are.
Qualified and E-rate
So,
qualified.
all right, Mr. Garcia?
Thank you, Madam President. What is the discount? What does the E-rate discount equate to?
The reimbursement
this.
that we're qualified for is 60% as of right now. And we have expended, or we have filed for reimbursement of the $18 million that we are qualified for. We reimburse, we file for reimbursement for, I do believe that's $14.5 million. So we have about $2.5 million left available
Okay.
for us to file for reimbursement.
Oh, wow. Okay. Thank you.
And then for
Thank you,
23,
Ms.
24, we continue to apply as a new E-rate window apply.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Garcia. Mrs. Hannon?
So to be clear, you're asking for board approval for a contingent item that relies on the passage of a bond because you need to make that E-rate window? Is that what
correct.
I'm understanding?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
And also, this will provide us with a procurement vehicle to purchase Cisco equipment to our day-to-day maintenance as well.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Hannon. Mrs. Day?
Thank you, Ms. Malone. So $56 million is a very big number. I guess you bring to us because it's very important, the system for us to have. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. I laid out the master plan that I submitted to the board on June the 23rd last year for your during one of the on one of the updates. That provide you with what our plans are for the upcoming needed upgrade. Because most of our networking gears are put in 2014, 2015 timeline. Thanks to the 2014 bond. And at that time, it was $39 million. And ever since then, we continue to build and expand the network. So this amount will allow us to upgrade to the latest. The normal life cycle for a network equipment about 7 years, but our equipments are 8 years old. And majority of them are going to be no longer supported by the vendor within the next year or so.
So then my next question is, do we have a contingency plan in case of if the bond was not passed?
Well, we'll continue to run with our current equipment until it needs to be replaced or fail.
So in your opinion, how much longer do you think the system, I know it's kind of the end of lifespan, but...
Yeah, they no longer support a software update. That means that if there's any vulnerabilities, we would be subjected to those vulnerabilities. We'll continue to run the equipment as is, and then replace it as they fail. I do believe Greg, my manager with network, can provide you with an example. We start to see equipment failing, not quite a lot, but they are starting to fail.
Contingency plan would be,
Greg, if you can speak to the mic.
the contingency plan would be we would continue to operate on the existing equipment. Most of the time, we don't see whole switches fail. What we see is parts fail. Where we can, and they're still under maintenance, or they're under the lifetime of the warranty of the switch, we'll get a factory replacement from the manufacturer. Where they're not, we've got to pay for them out of spares.
And then also, we have a need to continue to update our wireless environment. Our wireless environment right now are in the 2015, 2016 vintage. And right now, it cannot handle the new wireless, they call it Wi-Fi 6 devices as they develop.
Thank you so much for all the information. I guess this is very critical. I guess it's also good for those people who are watching to understand why we're discussing this such a big number of money. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Day. I have just a couple follow-up questions. USAC. Is USAC Universal Service Administrative Company for competitive bids?
Yes, ma'am. They are
Okay.
the management arm of the Federal Communication Commission for the E-rate program.
So in SAM, SAM.gov, I haven't seen the bid, right? I haven't seen the RFP. I have no idea the specifics of what you have. The only thing I know is Cisco, and I know WAN and LAN. And I know we have one response. And I don't understand, because when I think Cisco, I think that's actually a pretty common,
It is. They are.
It's common, right?
They are the biggest networking manufacturers.
yes, and WAN and LAN is pretty common as well. And so when I'm thinking about those things being common and only having one response, I'm trying to understand why. And when I go into SAM, I don't know how this was put in the system as far as what codes it was written under, but you can find federal vendors that can meet these qualifications in the site. And I just struggle. I really struggle with $56 million in spending, and I wonder, are we really getting the best deal? And I guess we can follow up throughout the week on it. And I appreciate all that you do and your willingness to answer these questions. This isn't anything personal. It's just back to the whole financial state that we're in, and I'm trying to make sure that we are as prudent as we possibly can be with the taxpayers' money. That's all. And I know you are too. So please. All right. Seeing no further questions on that, let's move to item number 8, review the lease agreement of warehouse space in Sugarland Business Park in an amount not to exceed $618,084 over a 3-year period, and authorization for the superintendent to negotiate and execute the agreement and subsequent renewals through 20 of 26. Do we have any discussion? All right, seeing none, let's move on to public comment, and there are no speakers tonight. Oh, we do. All right, Mr. Olson. Yes, but what do I do? Here we go. The board encourages and welcomes comments and input from our patrons. Please limit your comments to 3 minutes, and please refrain from mentioning a student or employee's name when voicing a concern or complaint, as board policy provides alternative procedures through the grievance process policies, GF Local or DGBA Local, to seek resolution to complaints. I will read the name of the person registered to speak and share that they have 3 minutes to make their comments. Once the speaker starts their comments, the board secretary, Dr. Shirley Rose Gilliam, will announce when they have 30 seconds remaining. Once the 3-minute time limit has expired and whether the speaker has concluded their comments or not, she will announce that the speaker's time has lapsed. I then ask that you return to your seat. Our speaker tonight is Mr. Pete Olson. So what do I do? On an agenda review. All right, and I got to defer to council, please. It's my understanding Mr. Olson did not, or Congressman Olson did not sign up to speak this evening.
As the board typically enforces its restrictions on prior sign-ups, I would recommend that the board enforce its policy at this time.
Okay. My apologies, sir.
Have the email response of
Sir.
Why today?
My apologies, but I'm sorry. Per council, we're going to have to enforce policy.
Okay, I'm sorry to hear that, because I was approved. I sent this thing in about 3 o'clock this afternoon before the deadline at 4:30. I got an email back saying you're good to go, and now appears I'm not good to go.
Do you mind sharing the email?
I can share with you a text from our administrative assistant in the superintendent board office, and she says Pete Olson will speak on January 23rd as he wanted, and she proceeds to talk about your reasoning. So I'm thinking maybe perhaps you signed up for January 23rd.
I'm sorry, I apologize.
Because this is an agenda review, so that would make sense, and we want you to. We welcome you.
I'll be back on the 23rd. Then I'm sorry for the confusion. And one comment: you guys don't get paid enough. My gosh, this is hard work. I'll see you on the 23rd.
All right, thank you. We look forward to you returning, and my apologies. All right, we will now convene in closed session under the Texas Open Meetings Act, Texas Government Code, Chapter 551, under the following sections. Section 551.071, for the purpose of a private consultation with the board's attorney on any or all subjects or matters authorized by law. Section 551.072, consider purchase, exchange, lease, or value of real property. Section 551.074, personnel matters. Section 551.076, security matters. Section 551.082, student discipline matter or complaint, or Section 551.0821, personally identifiable information about a public school student. The time is 10:14 p.m. and we are now convened in closed session.
That's what I'm saying. Disrespect. Now, why are we going to closed session? Why can't we just go home? Oh, this meeting going on too damn long.
10:39 p.m. and we are now reconvened in open session. There are no items to consider from closed session. And so we're going to move on to number 9, action items. May I get a motion?
Madam President, can I move the board to approve item 9A as presented?
Second.
We have a motion from Mrs. Day. We have a second from Mr. Garcia. Do we have any discussion? Seeing none, please vote. The motion carries 6-1. May I get a motion for item 9B, please?
Madam President, can I move the board to approve item 9B as presented?
Second.
We have a motion from Mrs. Day. We have a second from Dr. Gilliam. Do we have any discussion? Seeing none, please vote. The motion carries 6-1. May I get a motion for item 9C, please?
Madam President, I move the board to approve item 9C as presented.
Second.
We have a motion from Mrs. Day. We have a second from Dr. Gilliam to approve 9C, consideration and approval of an order of trustee election to be conducted May 6th of 2023, calling for the election of trustees to serve the full term in positions 1, 4, and 5. Do we have any discussion? Mrs. Hannon.
Yes, thank you. I just want to clarify that we are only voting on the date and the trustee positions for this motion. We're not the early voting sites has nothing to do with this vote. Is that correct?
That is partially correct. The main early voting site will be this administration building. That's the only thing by law we're obligated to put. All the other voting sites are subject to approval at a later time. Not approving those tonight.
Okay, so those other voting, early voting locations, other than the Fort Bend ISD administration building, will come to us at a later date.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Hannon. Seeing no further discussion, please vote. The motion carries 6-1. May I please get a motion to adjourn?
I move to adjourn.
The time is 10:42 p.m. and we are now adjourned.
So when is your birthday?